11th meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call roll call?
Certainly. Supervisor DeSerpa. Present. Cummings.
Here.
Martinez. Present. Koenig.
Here.
And Hernandez.
Present. I would like to see if any members of the board would like to dedicate today's moment of silence. Will please join me for a general moment of silence. Now join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to ask our CEO, Carlos Palacios, if there's any late additions or deletions to the regular or consent agenda today.
Yes, we do have the following corrections. On the regular agenda, item number 12, there's additional materials. There's a revised attachment 2024 Employee Recognition Awards winners by category. Packet page 187 is replaced. On the consent agenda, item number 23, there's additional materials. Revised attachment notice of completion. Packet page 331 is replaced. On item number 28, there's additional materials. There's a revised memo. Packet page 452 is replaced. And on item number 36, there's additional materials. There's a new attachment, minutes of December 5th, 2024. Insert after packet page 837. That concludes today's corrections.
Thank you. Is there any board member who'd like to remove an item from the consent or onto the regular agenda? None. We'll go to public comment.
I'm sorry, Supervisor, Chair. I actually, if possible, would just like a brief explanation of item number 30 under Health and Human Services, our Suicide Prevention Strategic Plan. I don't know if staff is here who could speak to that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move that item to 7.1. Actually, if we could get it on the beginning before 7.
Do you need a motion?
No.
No. Okay.
6.1. Yes, that's what 6.1. What number was it again? 30. So this is the opportunity for public comment, for members of the public to speak to us regarding items that are not on the agenda, items that are on consent agenda, or if you would like to speak to us regarding an item that is on the regular agenda, please note that you will not be able to speak for a second time when the item is heard. Speakers will be given 2 minutes. Please come to the line in front of the podium.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Bill Beecher from Aptos. I'm here to speak about item 3 on your agenda. There are 4 problems with it. By providing last-minute updates or new materials at the start of the meeting, it does not allow you, the supervisors, to be ready for those items. It does not provide those updates or new materials to the public. We don't have a chance to even know what you're doing. It enables bad behavior by the staff in that they are allowed to be late with the materials. Lastly, it violates your own bylaws 2.38110. You were held to the Brown Act, which requires all materials to be ready 72 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. There's a good reason for this 72-hour requirement. It assures that your meetings are open and transparent to the public, the people you serve. The public can therefore be prepared because materials are prepared. I would suggest that you return the materials given to you under item 3 so that you will comply with the Brown Act. Otherwise, you can be reported for this violation. I would also suggest that in the future that the staff must have all the materials ready when you publish the meeting notice, a requirement of the Brown Act. If the material is not ready, then that item should be removed from the agenda. This is a new and young board that has inherited this meeting procedure. It's your duty to correct this procedure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members of the County Board of Supervisors. My name is Farris Sabah, and I serve as the County Superintendent of Schools. I'm here to present a letter that was jointly written by all superintendents in Santa Cruz County, where we collectively express our serious concerns with the proposal to permit on-site cannabis consumption lounges in our county. Our primary responsibility is to ensure that our school environments are safe, healthy, and supportive for all students. And the proposed introduction of cannabis lounges directly conflicts with these objectives, posing substantial risks to our youth. Research and local data have demonstrated that cannabis use among teens is linked to serious mental health disorders such as psychosis and schizophrenia, and is associated with decreased academic performance and increased dropout rates. Additionally, exposure to cannabis-related businesses and advertising leads to greater normalization and increased use among teenagers. Research surveys indicate significant decline in the perception of cannabis as harmful, particularly among Latina youth, which is extremely concerning. We're also worried about the potential rise in impaired driving incidents, especially if those lounges are allowed near schools among common routes during peak school commuting hours. Despite a general decline in cannabis use among teens, those who continue to use are accessing higher potency products, leading to more severe health consequences. We strongly advise against any actions that might reverse these declining trends. If the board decides to proceed with establishing this cannabis lounges, we insist on the strict implementation of several critical regulations, location and hour restrictions, advertising controls, and mitigation strategies to mandate comprehensive training for lounge employees to prevent youth access and enforce strict consumption limits and oversight. We urge the county board to carefully consider the potential impacts of the health and safety of our young students. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your leadership.
Good morning.
Chico. Okay. Good morning. My name is Pat Sanchez. I'm superintendent of Live Oak School District. Good to see you again. Supervisor Koenig, members of the supervisors, ladies and gentlemen. Just here in support of the letter that Farris just read into the record. From the standpoint as a public educator for over 34 years, I know what it feels like to have constant unfunded mandates, and having public education be the bastion of resolution for all of public's woes and challenges we have. So as you consider these things, please think about the carve-outs that are recommended by the joint superintendents of the county, and think about our children and how to create that barrier to protect them from these zones, if that's the way it goes. But just wanted to share that from the perspective of the parent and public educator. Please take those things into consideration. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alex Miller. I've been a resident of Aptos for the last 39 years. I'm here to speak about the risk of the battery electric storage systems that have been proposed around the county. In the electrification of U.S. homes started in the 1910s and 1920s, and it was 70% complete by the 1930s. We were using knob and tube wiring, which if you've ever renovated a Victorian home, you'd be familiar with the dangers of that. Today, we use non-metallic wiring. The proponents of lithium battery storage, large lithium battery storage projects, point out that the new batteries, the lithium iron phosphate batteries, are much, much safer. It's true they are a little bit safer, but I would point out that the FAA, being a very risk-adverse agency of the government, still does not allow lithium iron phosphate batteries in aircraft cargo holds or in the main cabin if they're above a minimum size. Gambling of a known problem is disregarding or delaying addressing or accessing risk, relying on luck or favorable circumstances to avoid failures. We know that failures have occurred with battery storage systems. And I would like to see more proactive versus reactive risk-taking using best practice in engineering accident prevention, identifying and mitigating future problems through design testing and safety measures, and a commitment to foresight and responsibility of future projects. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lucy Dodson, and I'm here because I'm a concerned high school student as well as a concerned driver. According to the crash rankings in 2022, Santa Cruz was the second worst in the state for impaired driving and the third for under 21 impaired driving. This is incredibly concerning statistics, and I believe that cannabis consumption lounges will only increase that number. And personally, this is very important to me because I've seen the negative effect of cannabis on my peers. I've seen students and tourists smoking while driving. I've seen I've seen early weed addiction consume the lives of my closest friends, and I've seen the long-term effect in my family members. Close friends have detailed to me the life-changing consequences that the crashes involving impaired driving has left them with. I believe the cannabis consumption lounges will only have a negative effect will have a negative effect on our community. Effective regulations on things such as over-serving mandatory sober drivers in the locations of these lounges are imperative to our community's health. I believe that effective measures like proper trace program for cannabis, as well as mandatory staff training, community outreach programs, and regular impaired driving checkpoints are also effective ways to mitigate the negative consequences. Ultimately, though, I don't think we have the proper infrastructure to be able to properly implement this policy amendment. Thank you so much for hearing my concerns, and have a good rest of your day.
Good morning. My name is Michael Spatafora. I'm a business owner in the Seabright area. And my purpose of coming here to talk to you guys today is about the Murray Bridge Street project that we all heard about 3 weeks ago that was going to start. Last traffic count was on October 17th, 22 of about 17,000 cars going over Murray Street. So those cars are now going to we're no longer going to have eastbound traffic going into the Seabright neighborhood. All of the Seabright businesses are going to lose all that business. Westbound traffic will be available for the 3 years while it's under construction, but there's a 1 year span from November 25 to October 26 that the road's going to be closed in both directions. The access roads in both ways are going to be closed under the bridge at certain times, so nobody's going to be able to get around. I know it's a city project. It spans 2 districts. Highway 7th Avenue already gets backed up to Deeks Market going to Seabright. I don't know what you're going to do about all those cars in the weekend. I don't know what you're going to do. I don't know what any of the businesses are going to do to survive the one-way traffic. And when you close down in both ways, we're going to lose all that traffic. And there's about 20 businesses in that area that are going to lose their businesses, basically. We gave the contract. I understand it has to go to the low bid. The company with the low bid, its current market value is $59 million. They have been sued by multiple agencies for delays. They've been sued by multiple agencies for underestimating. They've been sued by the Transbay Terminal for falsifying invoices. So how we picked and how we got to this point, I don't understand. We were told that it would be open to 2-way alternating one-way traffic. We were never told it was going to be closed in both directions. And now it's going to be closed in both directions for.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Melissa Schilling. For the last, 9 years, I've worked alongside USAID and UNHCR internationally doing bedside education. And then after that, I have been working as a special ed teacher in our community. I know Ferris, he knows my students. And I'm here today to elevate the issue of teen mental health. I think there was a grand jury report in June 2024. There were quite a few recommendations. Last week, I wrote a letter to each of you. I brought copies of it in case you're not familiar. I'm very concerned about the Department of Social Services. We are not doing enough to meet the needs of our teens in this county. I speak to you as a mom. It's my most important job that I have. And I am urging you, each of you, please reach out to Randy Morris, reach out to Children Protective Services, behavioral health. Ask some questions. I will be here every 2 weeks representing my son who needs support alongside other kids in our county who need a voice. So please, 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 I'm going to give this letter over and please read it. Please help. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mike Weatherford. I'm a resident of Aptos. I'm also the foreperson for this year's grand jury. And I want to thank the supervisors for a proclamation that was issued for this month, making March Grand Jury Awareness Month. Right now, this year's grand jury is very busy working on a variety of different subjects, spanning a variety of local governments. And we're prepared to begin issuing those reports under the supervision of Catherine Hansen, who's the supervising judge. We really appreciate the work that everybody in a variety of the local agencies has put into answering our questions and helping us with our research. They span anywhere from the sheriff's department to local cities, school districts, other special districts, and the county and the county agencies. And we found throughout our work that everybody is really leaning into helping out the citizens of the county in the best interest, and that's very much appreciated. Lastly, you'll see a sign out in front of the building about signing up for next year's grand jury. It's very easy to do. There's a website, and we have a QR code and all the other kinds of things. And so we're hoping to get folks applying. We have some outreach events at local public libraries beginning in April. So appreciate your help and assistance in the proclamation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Karen Delaney. I'm with the Volunteer Center, and I'm speaking today in favor of item 31 on the consent agenda as a proud member of the Paro Valley Collaborative. And we just want to thank you for reminding everyone that true leadership and true community service is still alive and well in this community. If folks haven't looked at the MOU, committing to the principles of accountability, transparency, collaboration, centering community, delivering results, and person-centered care. I think that's what everybody hopes government will do for them. But in this particular climate, the fact that your staff and yourselves are stating that this is how we're going to do business to help the people who need it most in this community is just something we're really grateful for, and we're eager to stand with you. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Ken Stearns. I live in Aptos. Good morning, Kim. Today's agenda for the Board of Supervisors is to consider allowing customers at cannabis shops to smoke cannabis at established lounges and to expand cannabis sales to produce stands in the county. All members of the board know the intent of cannabis lounges is to get stoned in public with others. Customers in the smoking lounge will inhale carcinogens, then exhale dangerous secondhand smoke for the others around them to inhale, possibly including employees of the store. Haven't we spent decades trying to eliminate smoking tobacco because of these very dangers? There is no exhaust system made that will completely eliminate these hazardous particulates in the air while smoking in the lounge. And more importantly, no safe particulate level for cannabis smoke has ever been established by any regulatory body. There is no rapid test method to determine if stoned customers have recovered enough to be able to drive unimpaired. Therefore, some will drive stoned, so it's just a matter of time before they injure or kill someone in our community. Allowing the sale of cannabis in these produce stands is like selling cigarettes and whiskey in these locations. Cannabis is a controlled substance, a drug, not a vegetable. This ordinance will make vegetable stands more of a target for robberies, and even more people will get stoned while driving. I cannot see in any way how the possible benefits of passing these ordinances even begins to come close to the health and safety dangers they pose to our community. On February 25th of this year, the board unanimously approved the Health in All Policy Direction and Policy Making Strategic Framework. By passing the Health in All Policies Direction, this board has stated their commitment to improve the health and safety of the people in the county. These proposed cannabis ordinances are in direct conflict with the newly adopted health standards, so realistically, they cannot be adopted. Your vote on these ordinances will determine your true commitment to these established health policy. Anyone voting in favor of these ordinances will need to explain to the public how these ordinances will benefit not those in the cannabis culture and why their commitment to the health and all policies didn't even last for 1 month. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for hearing me. I'm Gregory Audino. I live about 2 miles from Minto Road. There is a documented history of lithium iron phosphate battery energy storage failure. The first LFP BESS to go online in California in March of 2022, basically 3 years ago, had a failure incident in April of 2024, less than a year ago. According to the EPRI, there were three fires in LFP battery storage energy systems in Germany in 2024. The LFP system proposed for here, Minto Road, is the same battery technology. Do we have to be the guinea pigs for this industry like Moss Landing was for the older system? That was lithium ion. The industry, New Leaf Energy, is a private business selling a product. They are not regulated enough by the CPUC. They can sell you what they have and tell you anything they want. Of course, they will tell you it's the next gen technology and tell you if it's safe when they can't prove it. The proof is that it is not safe. Do we have to put this technology into Minto Road only to have actually safe technology show up in a few years' time? Newer, safe technology is close at hand. We need to take time to allow it. Let's not make Minto Road our experiment gone bad. It will reflect on all of us. Let's be an example of the smart way to do this. I'll repeat that. Let's be an example of the smart way to do this. Pass an emergency ordinance moratorium, please. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for your service and your time. My name is Tracy Murphy. I'm a longtime Watsonville resident. I'm here on behalf of my family, my friends, my community, and of course, the future. I live 11 miles from the Moss Landing Power Station and obviously deeply concerned about the contaminants yet to be determined in our small vineyard soil, how it may affect the wine production as well as the consumer's trust in the safety of our product. I'm a strong proponent of green energy and backup battery storage. My home has solar. I drive an electric vehicle. I embrace technology. It's vital to our future. Harnessing and storing power is critical. Yet I urge caution, a moratorium before approving the 3 county proposed sites as new BESS facilities. Right now, we cannot rely on the safety of storing volatile lithium batteries so close to schools and agricultural land or a hospital without all the safety contingencies in place. How do we ensure 24/7 monitoring? Do we have the foam or whatever it is? Do we even know on hand to prevent what happened in Moss Landing? Isn't MIT releasing newer, safer, non-lithium batteries within several months? What's the hurry? There's certainly been a lack of transparency to the community as these proposals seem to be rapidly pushing through. I'm confused by some of the data. It appears from researching that not all of the T's have been crossed, nor the I's appropriately dotted on some of these applications as well, in an attempt to quietly and quickly push them through. I've reached out to John Laird, Felipe Hernandez, and the Coastal Commission to get more updated clarification. Many questions and concerns have just not been addressed. It behooves us to slow down, utilize safety and contingency best practices to build these facilities with utmost care so we don't face terrible repercussions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Valerie Corral, and this marks the 33rd year that I've been standing in front of this board speaking to cannabis and its acceptance in our community. I've been ill and in bed, but I'm watching across our nation our rights being eroded and rolled back on a daily basis. So I'm here to I hope it's the last time to have to defend the use of cannabis. We're not asking that everybody mandatorily use cannabis as a health and safety issue. It's up to people to make up their own minds as to what they want to do. But I am here to speak to an aspect that's profoundly overlooked, and ever since the legalization of recreational use, and it's the community of people who are sick and dying that have been utterly left out, marginalized, as is often the case. And in this case, a situation that allows people to come together, to have community, to find a way to be with one another and out of the isolation of illness is profoundly important. And I think, unfortunately, overlooked as a very elemental part of a marginalized community. I see. We were on. Many of us were on the CPP before was reunited, and we did not know that it had come together again. So I'm going to make a statement. It does not accurately reflect the opinions of all of the people that were on the CPP, and I think that that's a very important piece that's missing. So before you make a decision that's based on data that may be skewed, and you know how data is if you've ever taken a statistics class. It can be viewed in many different ways. I think that you would find that through education, not through elimination, you will enlighten people on the best ways to use cannabis. I signed on to Brenda Armstrong's letter, and I think it's profoundly important. Thank you for your time and welcome to the new members. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Becky Steinbrunner. I live in rural Aptos Hills. I'm here again to ask that you put on the board as an agenda as a regular item, follow-ups, reports regarding the Vistra fire. You've had nothing on the agenda since January 28th. That is unacceptable. This was a big disaster. And as you're hearing, it affected a lot of people and continues to affect a lot of people. Your board is silent, and that's not right. You've held no town halls. That's not right. Why are you so silent on this? Could it be that CAO Palacios that's on the operations board of Central Coast Community Energy that depends on battery energy? Could it be that Supervisor Martinez also sits on the policy board of 3CE? This is a conflict of interest. I hope it's not driving your silence on this issue. I want to again ask that your board, as a board, send a letter of support for Assembly Member Dawn Addis's AB 303 that will claw back the local control of permitting of these battery energy storage systems. I ask again that you enact an urgency ordinance for a moratorium on lithium-ion battery storage technology. You're hearing it from your people, but I don't feel like you're listening. There have been no town halls. I did read through the soil and water sampling. I want to thank your office, Supervisor DeSerpa, for providing that. I saw no evidence of testing for nanoparticles. That was the great work that Professor Ayalo from UCSC did that directly linked what he saw to the fire.
Thank you.
Thank you. The questionable results.
Hi, I'm Jay Rosella Myers, and I live in District 1. And I moved to Santa Cruz in the 70s because I felt like it was a safe, non-toxic environment. I moved from Southern California, which felt very toxic. And my husband and I drove all the way to Canada researching communities and felt like Santa Cruz was the place to be. And we love it here. And I do not go online. I don't have a computer. I don't use a cell phone to connect to the internet and all these things for my own personal sanity. And I know a lot of people rely on that technology for their information. I personally want to thank every single one of you and also the people who are serving on the civil grand jury each and every year. I did it for a year at the behest of Judge Yonks. Even though I'm an artist, I said, well, what do I have to add? And it was the most educational experience that I had had about how the government works or doesn't work. And so I want to acknowledge how complex all these particular issues are. And for me, it is so important to really investigate the toxicity of the ion lithium battery technology. I just talked to my neighbor who's a high-tech person. He installed like a solar light in his yard. You know, it exploded. He says that technology is not safe no matter what. So please, I'll have handouts for you that I will give to the clerk. And please, please consider the safety of all this before you make any decisions about it or unsafety. My husband was exposed to Agent Orange in Vietnam. They didn't know the significance of it for years.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Lass. I live in Aptos, California. I'm here today because I didn't want to let the comments of the supervisors on the ranch camp decision last week, 2 weeks ago, stand out uncontested. On October 6th, you asked the probation department to engage with the community. They did not. You had 40 people tell you that last time. You can tell that probation didn't answer the one gotcha point, which is it's out of our hands if the court assigns a youth to ranch camp. How easy it could have been for them to ask the community at a community forum where that question was posed to the community. What do we do in this case? The court is used as a phrase as if it's some powerful entity, that external entity. But there's only one judge in Santa Cruz County that adjudicates the juvenile cases. They're not some faceless, unmovable entity. That person can be engaged with to understand when and why they think that ranch camp is the only answer. You can imagine if this question had been brought up in December, we could have had those conversations and we might have better suggestions now in March. Can you give us that chance? I rewatched the probation department's presentation and I just saw a lot of misleading statements. And you have to ask yourself why, not in the gotcha, cynical sense of the word why, but in the restorative justice, true curiosity sense of why. When the system goes awry, like why is that? Why is the department and the community not on the same page? The decision last week I thought was clear cut, but not in the way that you said it was. The probation department did not do as you asked. And I hope that you can go back. I wanted you to go back and tell them to engage with the community with one or more of you attending these public meetings. So I ask you to please take the item 17 off the consent agenda and direct the probation department to engage with the community in good faith before agreeing to their ordinance. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sherry Paris. I listened to the.
Bring the mic down.
What?
If you can bring the mic down. Okay.
That better? I listened to the first gentleman who spoke against cannabis bars. And by his logic, I think alcohol bars should be closed also. But cannabis bars are very different than bars that serve alcohol. Cannabis bars generally are much smaller in the number of people who come for them. And they cater to people like me. I have epilepsy and I can't drive. So I tend to get socially isolated. Most of the people in cannabis bars are also profoundly handicapped. Many of them can't drive and come with caretakers. If anybody gets too high, they Uber home. I mean, there's, pretty much vigilance on people take care of each other in these places. But you're dealing with people who are sick and isolated and finally have a place to come together when you're talking about a cannabis bar. So I would urge you to look at that image rather than looking at the image of a bar that serves alcohol and transposing it onto cannabis. Thank you.
My name's Naomi Takamoto, and I live in Soquel, and I'm the owner of a building in Soquel that is used for cannabis retail and dispensary sales. And my tenant asked me to come and speak because in support, our support of a cannabis lounge in his business. And I was listening to the man who spoke in opposition to it. And I see some merit to some of the things he said. But as a woman before me said, you know, if you're going to have a, you know, close all lounges, bars for alcohol or for cannabis, you would, the same thing would apply to liquor bars because they're all drugs. They're all in the same category of drugs. But, you know, I think with responsible management of a cannabis lounge, I personally, I didn't think about the number of people in the community who are suffering from severe illnesses that really benefit from the use of cannabis. I know that our original tenants, they serviced over 2,000 members of the community as a dispensary alone. That was before recreational cannabis was legalized, and those people, you know, they came fairly regularly and they spoke very highly of the benefits of it. But I can see where, you know, isolation could be a severe problem. These people often came, you know, with walkers, canes, wheelchairs, you know, personal drivers, and so they weren't marginally ill. They suffered from severe debilitating illness, and so I think it's not a bad idea. Hope you will consider it.
Morning, board. I'm Rob Morgan. I grew up in Santa Cruz. I'm here to support the expansion of cannabis retail to on-site consumption lounges and sales at existing licensed farms within the county. The concerns raised within the health impact assessment material are not arguments for prohibition. They're arguments for responsible regulation. The board has heard from the public in previous meetings and through the public listening sessions that there was lots of support from the community for this item. A regulated market ensures products are tested, labeled, and sold with consumer education, unlike the unregulated market where potency is unchecked. Instead of pushing towards unregulated sources, legal lounges provide a controlled space with trained staff to prevent overconsumption and impaired driving. Tax revenue from legal sales can fund mental health services, drug education, and DUI prevention programs, offsetting costs the county already incurs. Small businesses and local farmers will also benefit from farm stand retail, keeping dollars in the community. Youth exposure concerns have been addressed within zoning laws and current county and state retail sales laws, including ID enforcement, just like alcohol regulations. Studies show legalization does not increase teen use. Proper regulation actually makes access harder for minors. I'm familiar with the studies and references cited in the health impact assessment provided to the board, and some are misrepresented or fail to include key conclusions from the original reports. Instead of restrictions that push consumption into private, unregulated settings, let's take a harm reduction approach, enforce safe service training and existing proper state standards. This is not about encouraging use. It's about ensuring responsible access, boosting local business, and protecting public health through regulation. I strongly urge you to support this item. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Edgar Ibarra Gutierrez. I am with the Milpa Collective, and I was raised in the city of Watsonville, California. I'm here to urge this board to pull the consent item number 17 on the agenda, and for further discussion first and foremost, but to hear more from probation as to what was brought back in regards to the conversation around the ordinance and around the Redwood Coastal Academy. So that's first and foremost, wanted to put that out there. I don't know if there's any more information that has come out, but has not been shared with the public directly. Second, we sit in deep times of uncertainty from the federal government, and we're seeing extreme budget cuts all across the board. This is an opportunity for at the local level to ensure certainty for young people, especially those the ones mostly impacted by the juvenile justice system and the criminal justice system and all the other disparities that impact Black and brown young people in our county. So I really want to uplift that fact that as supervisors, you do have a role and responsibility to ensure that our future is bright, especially by supporting those young people with the most that need the most support. On the second part, I want to look at on the consent agenda number 24, and I can see that you all are going to be approving an increase to salaries to the deputy probation officers of Santa Cruz County. Keep that in mind that every time we come up here and ask for more resources for young people throughout our county, we're always told there is no money. We gotta figure out, we gotta apply for grants. But how is it that every single time you guys find money for the probation? So I'm asking you, Senor Palacios, do a better job, find some more money, do your due diligence, and actually find more resources so that our young people in our communities from South County all the way to North County have actually a better opportunity to thrive in our communities. So many things are taking place, from environmental disasters to violence in our communities, and we just got to be able to step up and be responsible adults and support our young people in our community. Palabra.
Buenos dias, board. Elias Gonzalez, born and raised in Watsonville. Yes, like my colleague stated, pulling item 17 from the agenda, ideally, right? But if you choose to adopt it, which might be the case here today, right? If you choose to adopt this, we are asking the board to ensure that probation, as including community at the table, right? We're continuously hearing about it, but we're not being included at the table. If it is something that's going to happen, let's ensure that we are at the table, right? This is something that has been asked for. We want to be at the table. We want to work in collaboration. We want to be the model site, right, that we talk about, but we don't want to be a model site for incarceration, right? We want to be a model site that's actually creating a space that's going to be thriving for our young people, as my colleague just stated, right? Also, as we speak, I want to highlight item 24. As you choose to approve this, let's actually start looking at the probation department's cost analysis here, as my colleague also stated. Let's look at where this money is going, what's happening, and what's the effectiveness of the programs, right? Are they being effective? Do we have some research behind it? Is there some evidence-based practices happening behind these practices that they're bringing to the table? Let's ensure that we are spending the money where we need to spend it, right? Putting some of that money back into the community is also public safety. So let's look into those things. Lastly, again, how do we make this the model site that we want to be? Because I think we all want the same deal, right? We want thriving communities, right? How do we come together to build that? How do we come together to build those thriving communities that we're all seeking, right? We don't need no more jails. We don't need no more power plants. We don't need none of that. Let's try to do something differently. But with that being said, thank you. Appreciate you all. Take care.
Hello, my name is Sally Lucier, and I have lived in the San Lorenzo Valley, which includes the small towns of Felton and Ben Lomond and Brookdale and Boulder Creek. I am concerned about the possibility of cannabis lounges along Highway 9. Highway 9 is the major thoroughfare that goes through the San Lorenzo Valley, and I'm concerned about cannabis lounges both for safety and for health. We have a high school, a middle school, and 2 elementary schools that are on Highway 9. And I'm very concerned about impaired drivers. And I'm also concerned about the health and safety of our young folk. Thank you very much.
Good morning, board. My name is Sergio, MIPA intern. I'm looking to pull item 17 on the consent agenda. In Santa Cruz County, we like to tout about how unique and a gold standard we are against other counties. Well, today, I hope we are able to make that happen. For probation's reclassification of the juvenile hall into the Redwood Coastal Academy, I call upon the board to vote no on the camp. If we want to be the gold standard of the state, we must allow communities to invest into our youth and create LRPs. We can use the fire camps or reignite the Star House program as a way of rehabilitation and build skills for their futures. We can also expand SB 23 and JJCC subcommittees to allow people who have been impacted by the justice system to attend these meetings. These are the solutions we as a committee can create. So I implore all of you to vote no on the camp and allow organizations to help our youth. Thank you.
Buenos dias, Chair and Board. Bernie Gomez with Milpa, born in District 4, reside in District 3. So on consent item number 17, just my comments are, there's two processes, right? Two ways of viewing what supporting young people in the system looks like, right? We have seen the investment in a department, yet we still see a large disparity in the incarceration of predominantly brown kids, right? But Black and brown kids are getting impacted. My thing here is, if this ranch camp is, coming forward, I think you haven't seen a plan, or at least we haven't seen a plan of what that's going to look like. So to approve something without a plan set forth, like this is what it's going to be, it's kind of like, it's almost kind of irresponsible. It's like if I brought a proposal and be like, give me this much money and then I'll tell you how I'm going to do it, so. But as a community member, right, as a commissioner at the JJDPC, right, as also a system impacted individual, and also someone that's just advocating to be a part, right, of that juvenile justice system, right, in a way, from the perspective of the community, I do request that you start thinking about expanding the JJCC and the SB 23 subcommittees with more community seats that are able to vote. And this will help alleviate that miscommunication or no communication from the community to the Department of Probation, right? We can all come together at that area too and have that dialogue right there. So I think it's a good idea to do that. It is within your purview to do it. So expand those seats. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, Omar, Barrios Unidos. I would like to ask that you guys pull consent agenda 17 and expand the SB 823 and JJC committees so that the community can be more involved in these processes for these young people. And I ask also that you guys find more money for community-based organizations like Barrios Unidos, like Milpa, and there's many more organizations that are willing to step up to the plate to help our young people heal and to guide them and to mentor them and to be teachers and to be that person that they need in their life. Sitting in juvenile hall, sitting in a ranch camp is not going to help them. They're not getting the help that they need. Like the community can step up and help them. This whole process about probation, engaging with the community did not happen. It did not happen. They showed up, they didn't provide any kind of structure, any kind of conversation for the community. So we're asking that in any kind of decision you guys provide or make in the end, that you guys mandate that probation gets engaged with the community. Because we're the ones that know how to work with our young people. We're the ones that are out there in the streets, walking the high schools, meeting them where they're at, and know how to engage with these young people. So we're asking that you please ask probation to be more involved with the community. Give the community more say-so in this process and healing our people. Thank you.
Hi, Portia Raymer here. I live in the Fulton area, and I just would like to, in regards to the fire up in Moss Landing, our car got completely covered with a very thin layer of ash. So that is how far the smoke went. And so I just think as a county, you need to think of the whole county when you make decisions in regarding to that. In regards to all the differing opinions about the marijuana, as a parent of young adults, My children were already adults and moved out of the house by the time marijuana became legal in the state. So I had little control over helping them make good, positive, sound decisions in regards to that particular product. As a result, combined with the capacity to for addictions in our family, both of my children ended up with negative mental health effects due to the lackadaisical opinions the younger generation has in regards to this particular product. And so I would just like to encourage you not to do things to add to that. They already have the disbelief that this is a product that is safer than cigarettes. And so that's my 2 thoughts on that. At the start of this meeting, it did hit me that there seemed to be a lot of additions or amendments to the agenda this particular time. Seemed to be a lot more than normal. I might warrant trying to figure out why that was, if it is something that was in the control of staff as was applied earlier, or if it was just coincidental, a whole bunch of things. It's just the way life happened. Thank you.
Good morning, board. My name is Terrence Kincannon, and it is my pleasure and honor to serve this county and our tourism industry as the Chief Executive Officer for Visit Santa Cruz County. I want to take this moment to welcome the 2 new supervisors, Martinez and DeSerpa. Thank you for choosing to serve, and anytime you'd like to engage with me and learn more about what we do, I would welcome that. I'd also like to thank retired Supervisor McPherson for his service to our board, and welcome Supervisor Cummings back to our board. I'm looking forward to that very much. And finally, I'd also like to thank Carlos Palacio and his team at the county for presenting Visit Santa Cruz County with a wonderful opportunity to move our offices over to the McPherson Center and new visitor center adjacent to the MA. We are in the midst of going through that and doing some tenant improvements in there. And I can't tell you how excited we are to be moving into that new facility, hopefully in July. So thank you all. And one more thing I'd like to say is I know this board appreciates, as I do as a citizen of this county, this completely engaged populace that we have here and the amount of care that they have for their community, and to come up here and speak is not easy for a lot of people. So thank you very much.
Yeah, good morning. My name is James Ewan Whitman. What a beautiful day. It was great to be at the beach. I really don't know what to say. What can I say? What do stoners have in common with most academics without calloused hands? They both come up with the best ideas, but they're too stoned or stuck in their books to actually do something about it. So, we have this thing called a Constitution, our Declaration of Independence. I'm just going to read part of it. I think it's kind of important. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are initiated among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. So the United States is operating on so many different layers of fraud. These supervisors were elected, supposedly, but they're controlled by unelected, internationally controlled officials. There couldn't be any more fraud than that going on in our government. The amount of harm that's going on is tremendous. This is a time when I'm going to change the subject. This is an amazing time to be a human being. I can't believe how special it is to be almost 60 and thinking that I could clearly go on for quite a bit of time for 9 different actions that are happening during my lifetime. It's amazing. So why are all these accelerations happening? Why was the Declaration of Independence written? The goals of the Illuminati are quite similar to what was disseminated in 1946 by Brock Chisholm. In order to achieve world government, it is first to remove from the minds of men their individuality, their loyalty, the family traditions, and nationality. So let's all work together. It's nicer than I was thinking it was going to be. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nina Audino. I don't really think any of us want to live under the shadow of an industrial-sized lithium BESS that industry experts and their sales reps assure us will never burn as badly as Vistra's toxic disaster. I don't think any of us want to wake up every day thinking, geez, I sure hope that clean energy beast down the road is going to behave itself today. Otherwise, we might have a small toxic lithium battery fire by lunchtime. That's why some of us are listening to the sales pitches coming from the lithium-based battery energy storage sector. And what are those sales pitches? The fires will be small. The fires will be rare. The fires will be more controllable, except of course during a high wind event, as New Leaf Energy's fire response plan alludes to over and over. The toxic footprint will be negligible. This is a much safer battery technology. But I think all of us would agree that our community deserves safe, not safer. Research states that second generation LFP battery is actually prone to much more toxic fires. So does that mean that the risk of a smaller but substantially more toxic fire is safer? The issue is lithium itself. It's too volatile for grid scale application. It breaks down the heat of charging and discharging cycles, and that lithium chemistry breaks down battery components and housings. They weaken, vent, burn, explode. The energy sector is shaping public policy dialogue about net zero goals into an exclusive choice between lithium battery X and lithium battery Y. The real question we need to be asking is, how do we partner with battery technologies capable of grid scale energy storage that's free of lithium fire risk and that will be commercialized as fast as possible? I ask you please to slow our best developments down, enact an urgency ordinance moratorium, convene a town hall, invite the people you represent to a dialogue about a Santa Cruz County that will be a true leader in truly safe, clean energy solutions. Thank you.
Is there anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 8204, your microphone's now available. As a reminder, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself.
Hi, good morning. I live in South County, and one thing the Moss Landing battery storage fire has taught us is that we don't want this technology embedded in our neighborhood. From the board, 3 items are being asked of you. The first is an emergency ordinance calling for the moratorium on lithium-ion battery energy storage sites in Santa Cruz County. The acronym for that is BESS. The second, that the Board of Supervisors collectively support Assembly Bill 303, put forth by Assemblywoman Dawn Addis, giving local control back to all of us. Number 3, Moss Landing has highlighted the present and potential toxic fallout of battery storage sites, and we do not consent to them in our communities. We want Santa Cruz County to be declared a BESS-free zone. Thank you for that.
Andrea, your microphone's now available.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Andrea Carlos Willie. I'm the Impact and Resource Development Officer at Pajaro Valley Unified School District. As a partner of the Pajaro Valley Collaborative, our district is speaking in support of item number 31, which would formally establish a partnership between the Pajaro Valley Collaborative and the county. Since 2020, the Pajaro Valley Collaborative has been at its core an inclusive collective impact movement grounded in equity and social justice for the Pajaro Valley. We consistently prioritize health and wellness, economic mobility, and civic engagement. We lift up community over individual organizations, and by doing so, foster interdependence and belonging among nonprofits and government agencies to better enable us to achieve a thriving Pajaro Valley. We are an all-volunteer and grant-funded movement, and we are deeply aligned through common action, resource acquisition, mutual accountability, and common authority. We work through committees and work groups. We review local data to determine indicators that require action and align our efforts to create meaningful impact on those 3 complex social areas I mentioned. We are excited to know that staff has recommended that the county join us in these efforts to partner by adopting this agreement. Thank you again so much, Chair and members of the board, for your ongoing commitment to addressing health and socioeconomic inequities experienced by residents of the Pajaro Valley. Thank you so much.
Lynn, your microphone's now available.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. I'm Dr. Lynn Silver, pediatrician. I'm speaking on behalf of the Public Health Institute. I'm also professor at UCSF and chair of the California High Potency Cannabis Scientific Committee convened by the state last year. I speak in opposition to on-site consumption lounges and farmer produce stand sale of cannabis. As the school superintendent ably noted, our cannabis policy must balance access with protecting our youth and public health from adverse effects. The proposed policy, despite the effort to listen, ignored public health concerns and weakened Santa Cruz's leadership in ensuring smoke-free air for future generations. Smoking on farms is not the same as wine tasting, and the county should not build its tourism on psychoactive drugs. Cannabis is no ordinary commodity. It should not be treated as such. No one should go to jail for its possession. No one is proposing prohibition, but no one should land in the hospital or be exposed to smoke to keep their jobs. Our public policy should prioritize health over industry profit. These proposals fail that test. The cannabis lounges I have seen observed in California are not Amsterdam cafes or filled with handicapped people. They are heavily used by young adult daily users who can afford expensive settings and often have lineups of ultra-high potency dab rigs and so many high potency concentrates. Potency, in fact, remains unchecked in California, even in the legal market. Our road injuries are increasing. Cannabis use disorder in users has doubled. Cannabis-induced psychosis has skyrocketed. Family after family has come to me with distressing stories of heartbreaking, severe cannabis-induced psychosis, sometimes leading to death. Any increase in tax revenues will be eaten up by public safety, educational, and other consequences. These proposals are deeply unwise. Instead, the county should consider rigorous enforcement against intoxicating hemp in the illicit industry and limiting the number of retail licenses so those licenses can succeed. Our letter has other recommendations. Thank you.
Leslie, your microphone's now available.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Leslie Potenzo. I'm a business owner and I live in SoCal. I'm speaking to you today to urge you to commit beyond a vote for the Ranch Camp Ordinance to further work towards the goals of SB 823 to reduce and then eliminate racial and economic disparities and reduce the use of confinement in the juvenile justice system by utilizing community-based responses and interventions. I believe that we can meet these goals here in Santa Cruz County if we work together. It will require a commitment from all of us. One of the immediate opportunities we have to meet the goals of SB 823 is to expand the membership of the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council and the SB 823 subcommittee to include additional community members with lived experience in the justice system. This is one important step in advancing equity, one of our county's core values. Additionally, going forward, these committees and community partners should play a significant role in the development of a comprehensive plan for the more vulnerable youth of Santa Cruz County. Both of these community oversight committees were not engaged in probation's process, but were informed of the proposal following the first presentation to the board on October 8th. These actions contradict probation's stated values to collaborate with community partners and the youth and families who are most impacted by their policies. I urge probation to act in accordance with these principles and to correct this now by authentically partnering with these committees and the community. There is research stating that any amount of incarceration causes harm. Let's commit to restorative practices, proven wraparound services, and community-based solutions. I do support the additional direction that was recorded in the February 25th meeting minutes and know that we will hold you accountable to follow through. Thank you.
Krista, your microphone's now available.
Thank you so much. I'm calling on behalf of Stetson Road. It's item number 38. I moved to the road right before that fun winter event where we ended up with snow and a lot of atmospheric rivers. Obviously, that really impacted our roads up in the mountains, but Stetson Road had a massive washout. I've had an ongoing conversation with Public Works and the county since 2023. I effectively dedicated my maternity leave to calling individuals in Public Works and emailing the county. Supervisor Koenig probably knows my name fairly well because I'm active in trying to communicate with the county to let them know that this road is important to us, and we need transportation, we need basic infrastructure, and we need the county to approve fixing our road. It doesn't just impact the people who live on the road, it impacts people past our road as well. And those people have been vocal too. I don't know whether this was a plot by Amazon to spread awareness, but we ended up with an Amazon driver dropping about, 100 packages at the crossing for the washout and sending a picture to many in the county saying your package has been dropped in a secure location. They're getting confused in terms of how to drive through our roads. They already were confused before, and now it's just added to the problem. Throughout this communication, there have been wonderful people who've been trying to move things forward, but things have just stalled, and we need movement, please. We need our road fixed for safety in case of fire. In case of any kind of devastating issue, we're stuck. So please move forward. Item 38. Thank you.
Call-in user 1, your microphone's now available.
Marilyn Garrett, in order to prevent future guaranteed fires and chemical poisoning like that from Moss Landing, you really must adopt an urgency moratorium on these sites. They need to be banned. To learn about the connection of these battery storage sites to AI, come to a meeting tonight at Loudon Nelson Center, 6 o'clock. It's titled The National Real ID, and I'll read from the flyer. Real ID's long-term goal is to have a one-stop shop for personal data, which includes health, digital wallets, and banking. Having all your information on your cell phone, which is the goal of Real ID, is being sold as convenience, but it's really about control. The Real ID is a national ID system, not just a driver's license upgrade. It opens the door to expanded government tracking and control. Digital IDs and biometric surveillance are being integrated into airport security and beyond. To help facilitate this program, massive AI farms are being built, which require more electricity and lithium-ion battery storage sites. A Real ID style app like the DIA was launched in Ukraine in 2020. I don't know if I have time to read all this. And it was built in partnership with the United States and is poised to be shared with other countries. On the sidelines of the 2020.
Nancy, your microphone's now available.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Falstick, and I'm the Director of Regeneración, Pajaro Valley Climate Action. We work to achieve climate justice through community-driven solutions. And today I'm speaking in support of item 31 as one of the partners in the Pajaro Valley Collaborative. And this item would formally establish a partnership between the Pajaro Valley Collaborative and Santa Cruz County. So the Pajaro Valley Collaborative is a community-based collective impact movement composed of both nonprofits and public institutions serving the Pajaro Valley. This collaborative came together in 2020 in response to the disproportionate impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the local Latinx communities. We are committed to evolving beyond crisis management to form a permanent collaboration. As the Pajaro Valley Collaborative focuses on addressing these long-term priority areas, we continue to respond to emerging needs, including policy changes now happening at the federal level. It's really clear that now more than ever, we need partnerships like the Pajaro Valley Collaborative to protect health and wellness, to ensure economic mobility and deepen civic engagement while responding to our residents' needs. Thank you very much.
Tim, your microphone's now available.
All right. Thank you very much. Tim Delaney here. I'm supportive of the cannabis items, just so you know. And also, I'm opposed to having lithium battery storage facilities here in Santa Cruz County and also, Monterey County down south. Right now, I mean, folks, really, heavy metals, that's kind of rough stuff to try to get out of soil and air. And it's interesting when you think about it, like around Chernobyl, that's radiation. I guess they use cannabis plants to uptake some of the radiation out of the soils around those environments. It's very well known that certain plants could be very good for uptake of radiation, and maybe that's so for heavy metals as well. But whatever the case is, it's clear that these companies that are trying to come into our community, they don't have protocols for, dealing with the fire and dealing with the aftermath and how to clean up the huge mess. So it's an absolute no for me in regards to having these sorts of plants around our community. I think it would be very damaging. So other issue, Tulsi Gabbard. So the Trump administration, I'm a little irritated with them. I just don't like them. And so honestly, folks that are in the Republican Party at this point in time, maybe it would be a good thing if they all got out with their MAGA hats and picked up all the garbage on the West Coast, on our freeways and the Hawaiian Islands and in the Tahoe Basin as well. That would be very nice. They should put some skin in the game and get out there and help clean up our environment. So those are some of my thoughts for the day. And I know I'm a little disorganized here today, but anyways, thank you very much for all your hard work. And that's about all I have to say right now. You take it easy. Bye-bye.
Carol, your microphone's now available.
Hi, this is Carol Bjorn, and I wanted to say thank you to James for reading the Constitution. I think that's an incredibly important reminder for our panel that we're speaking before. And also, I want to thank Nina for your comments about the Vista fire, the Moss Landing fire, and thank you to the first caller, and then the gentleman who just spoke. And thank you also to Marilyn Garrett for speaking about this. That's primarily why I'm here to speak as well. There was a large group of us that spoke at your meeting 2 weeks ago, demanding several things: town halls, an emergency ordinance for a moratorium on any proposed BEST facilities, a scientific panel that would not have any conflicts of interest, that has expertise in this area prior to any BEST storage facilities moving forward. So I just wanted to follow up and see how that's coming. I'm hoping that all these things are on the agenda very quickly. I hope you all are having town halls. Have you talked to the victims of the Moss Landing Vista fire? I have. I was on a call last night with a woman who has children and animals. Her cat is quite ill. She has a nonstop cough. People have lost their businesses. I don't think we want to be placing these types of facilities across the street from the public high school and right down the road from our public hospital. Think of the disaster that will occur. It's not an if, it's a when. These things are highly flammable, highly explosive. They can't be made safer. It's too much risk to take on. So please listen to the people. Please be present for public comments. I'm very sad that Monica and Justin got up. You guys need to be present for public comments. So please listen and listen to what we're saying. Vote on these items. It's incredibly important.
Jasmine, your microphone's now available. Jasmine, we're not able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so sorry. Good morning, Chairman Hernandez and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jasmine Nájera. I'm the CEO of Pajaro Valley Prevention and Student Assistance, and I'm here as a partner of the Pajaro Valley Collaborative, speaking in support of item 31, which would formally establish a partnership between the Pajaro Valley Collaborative and the county. The PVC is a community-based collective impact movement composed of nonprofits and public institutions serving the Pajaro Valley with a priority focus on improving health and wellness, economic mobility, and civic engagement. I think we've already heard many reasons why we want the county to partner with us. We thank you for your commitment to address the health and socioeconomic inequities experienced by residents in the Pajaro Valley and look forward to our continued partnership. I'm also here to speak on the cannabis lounges, and as the CEO of Pajaro Valley Prevention and Student Assistance, we stand firmly against this. We are very concerned about the youth exposure and social norming of cannabis use in our communities, and we really want folks to slow down and think about the impacts on our youth and provide more space for youth to address these issues and share their perspective. And again, I'm also here to speak on the consent agenda item number 17. Again, we are requesting that probation actually engage with community stakeholders, not just Community Action Board, but there's many other organizations that continue to partner and work with youth in our community. We want more community engagement. We want to explore the development of less restrictive programs. We would love to see the cost analysis. What are the costs of incarcerating youth in the community in juvenile hall? Where does the funding for juvenile probation really go? And what guardrails are in place to ensure the allocated funds are being spent appropriately? I also want to ask the expansion of the JJCC and the SB 823 subcommittees. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Michelle, your microphone's not available.
Okay, good morning. I just wanted to also bring up that we were waiting to see what the town hall for the BESS plants were. We still haven't seen it. There's been, it's been very quiet. Another thing I wanted to bring up is when these fires happen, especially in the locations you want it, the only opportunity is a shelter in place. I did find out from some teachers that some of your schools in Watsonville don't even have, they have broken windows. They can't even seal up the windows. So it puts the children at risk for not being able to even properly close the windows. As we know, that's not even a real solution. But there's a lot of things that you guys will have to take in consideration. And one of the things we know from us going through the Moss Landing one is that we are holding those accountable that are pushing through these technologies without involving the public. This is what happened in 2019 with Moss Landing, and there is no way your communities are going to let this happen. We are very involved. We're watching your agendas. We're involved with each other. And so if you guys try to sneak this through, there will be repercussions. You know, and you guys might have Board of Supervisors insurance, but just know whatever happens with these fires is on your back. So we really need you guys to use the resources of everything our groups are finding out. Look at the heavy metals in all the soils. Use that. Use the Coastal Commission for your agricultural areas. Fight with us. Protect your community. Protect our community. Thank you.
We have no further speakers online, Chair.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board and see if there's any questions, comments on the consent agenda. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to appreciate all the comments that were made. As it relates to item number 17 regarding the ranch camps, I mean, we did have a very extensive discussion. We heard a lot from the community at our last board meeting, and I hope that probation is out there, and I know our CEO is here today hearing the concerns and complaints that are coming up about this. And so I just hope that, we can continue to have probation meet with the community. I'll make myself available to come to those meetings as well, just so that, we can all be at the table together and hearing from both sides and figuring out how we can, look at our current system of corrections as it relates to youth and how we can improve that and provide other opportunities moving forward. But I think today, as I mentioned before, we had a long conversation at our last meeting. And so I'm just hoping that we can continue making progress on this and continuing to move forward. Item number 28, I had a question about this one. This is regarding at-large appointments. I believe there's some changes made. One of the concerns that I had regarding this item is that it wasn't clear in the agenda report whether some of the people who are in those current appointments want to be reappointed and what the process will be to have applications go out so that if there's other members of the community who want to be in those positions, how they can be appointed. So I just wanted to see if there's any clarification on the additions to that item.
Yes, Supervisor Cummings, there is, when we have corrections like this, we do try and update. We do update the online. This time it was a little confusing the way it was available, but it is available online. And we do put a hard copy out in the packet in the hallway. The change that was made was to have the nominations to be received on March 25th and the final appointments on April 8th. So that's the new schedule. Prior to that, the final appointments were going to be made on March 25th. So the change is that rather than final appointments on the 25th of March, nominations will be received on March 25th. And then on April 8th, the final appointments were made. Typically, the chair works with your staff in the board's office on these items regarding who wants to be appointed and reappointed, so that we'll have to work with your staff there over there and make sure that it's clear whether they want to be reappointed or not.
Okay, thanks. Item number 32, this is approving an agreement with the Housing Authority, increasing by the amount of $200 for the use of Measure K funds for security deposits and housing assistance. And I just want to thank our staff for that use of our funds. I mean, it's really critical that we're helping people stay in their housing, especially low-income people in our community, and helping them to get into housing. And this seems like a very good use of the Measure K funds, especially hearing what people were wanting and really wanting us to try to house people in our community as best we can. I think that many people in our community would appreciate this use of that sales tax measure funds. Also, item number 33, it's an agreement with Community Action Board, Santa Cruz County, increasing by the amount of $155,742 to expand transitional age youth housing services. I think this is a great use of funds, especially since some of these services are coming under attack by the federal administration in terms of federal funds that used to be allocated towards these services. So this commitment from the county, I think, is really great. And then finally, item number 34, this is approving amendments to agreements with Housing Matters, increasing the amount $160,650, and Family and Transition Santa Cruz County increase by the amount of $889,096 for California Works Opportunity and Responsibility Kids housing programs. I think, again, this is, just another example of how the county is committed to helping to support lower income people and trying to, keep people housed. And so just want to thank all the folks who've been involved in these efforts. And those are my comments.
Thank you. Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to start with comments on item number 17. I want to acknowledge that I certainly hear the feedback from the public who feels like probation didn't fully engage the community. And through my comments on that item 2 weeks ago, I expressed the same concerns. I wanted to let you know that since then I have had a meeting with probation and am deeply urging them to continue to engage the community as they advance their efforts to help bring these kids back home. And so I'll be following up on that. And to Supervisor Cummings' point, I also would like to make myself available to anybody who'd like me to participate in those meetings. On item number 26, I'd like to thank the board for considering approving this. This is an item that I put on at the request of members of our trans community and our LGBTQ plus community related to opposing the State Department proposal on passports. This proposal requires those eligible for passport renewal to identify their sex assigned at birth rather than their true gender identity or gender presentation. It's harmful to the mental health of our trans and intersex community members and reflects a larger strategy to basically erase their official existence. This doesn't keep in alignment with our county's commitment to support the LGBTQ plus communities. So I appreciate our consideration of submitting a letter to oppose these changes. On item number 31, I'm really pleased that the county is formalizing our partnership with the PV Collaborative. In my prior profession, I was fortunate to attend many of those meetings, and I've seen some really incredible and transformational work happen in the South County. The county has played a role in many of those meetings, but I'm really excited to formalize that role and really be a true partner at the table. So thank you for that. And finally, on item number 32, our housing authority contract with Measure K, just like Supervisor Cummings shared, I really think this is truly in the spirit of what the voters wanted when they passed Measure K. It's an opportunity to invest locally with security deposits and to support our community in getting housed and staying housed here with the rising cost of living. So thank you for that commitment of funding. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else?
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you. On item 21, approving the agreement with HomeAway.com for collection remittance of transient occupancy taxes. Just wanted to thank the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector for continuing to expand these system level solutions to make sure the county gets all of the tax revenue it's owed, and to shift responsibility to the hosting platforms, which ultimately are much easier to work with as larger entities than going after every single vacation rental one by one. And we certainly incorporated the same approach in some of the suggestions that we'll be talking about later today. And I also want to say I'm fairly confident because of efforts like this, that we are in fact collecting transient occupancy tax from the vast majority of short-term rentals operating in the county. Although I've consistently heard concerns from folks that we are not, I'm fairly confident that we are. On item 32, also wanted to just say this $200,000 for security deposit and housing assistance. I want to thank the voters who approved Measure K. Really the only reason we're able to talk about these kinds of significant investments today in an extremely challenging funding environment is because voters said that this kind of money available for housing and other county programs is important, and so volunteered to provide to support that sales tax and provide that additional funding. And finally, on item 38, approving plans, specifications, and engineers estimate for Stetson Road storm damage repair project. I want to thank Public Works for getting these plans done and ready to go out to bid. As we heard from members of the public, this has just been extremely challenging. It's caused really long diversion for many folks, having to drive around this washout for going on 2 years now, and hope to get this work done soon, and hopefully even with the storms coming in later this week, we don't see too much more storm damage, and we're able to pay for this ultimately with the cash that we have on hand through contingencies rather than having to take on any more debt. Those are all my comments.
Thank you. Supervisor DeSorpa.
Thank you. I apologize for my voice. I've been sick since I came back from Washington, D.C. I'd like to address item 17 and thank the public for coming up again and speaking, since we had a very robust discussion about this item last time and we were all in support. Thank you. I have met with MILPA and I want to thank them for their time. They have also followed up with an email, which I have forwarded to the Director of Probation, and I know there will be good collaboration in the future with all community people who are very concerned about our youth. And so I thank you for your concern. Thank you for the meeting. I want to bring everybody's highest attention to item number 27 and thank the Commission on Disabilities for a very comprehensive report. I'm a little bit sad that this is sort of buried in the consent agenda because I think there's a lot of important things there. I have appointed about to appoint my second person to the Commission on Disabilities who I think will represent people with mobility issues very, very well. I appreciated that there was a discussion in this report about adding more housing for people, ADA housing for people with disabilities to our housing stock. So thank you for this, for the great report. Thank you to everybody that called in. This is item 31, Pajaro Valley Collaborative. As I've represented children, families, youth, students, teachers, staff in the Pajaro Valley for many, many years. I appreciate the work of the collaborative. Not only did they rise to the occasion during the COVID pandemic, but also during the Pajaro Valley floods. They were instrumental in getting services to people who really needed it. And so the expertise in that group cannot be underestimated. So thank you to everybody who's in the collaborative and who called in. And then finally, item 39. This is a crosswalks upgrade. I want to thank the county for making sure we have safe crosswalks, and maybe this is a personal matter, but I have a couple of areas in the Pajaro Valley on Freedom Boulevard that really need to have a crosswalk there for safety. There's been multiple people over the years who have been hit and in fact killed there, and I'd like to improve the safety. There's a neighborhood that crosses the Freedom Boulevard to get to the quick stop across the street. And so I want to look into that. So if somebody could help me know how to put that on our agenda, I'd like that very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So on item 17, I believe that we previously gave board direction to continue to meet with the stakeholders and address their concerns. And I hope that continues throughout the process. And I'd be willing to attend any South County meetings as well. With item 31, I echo the comments of the public. I'm happy that we're doing this PP collaborative and, you know, putting money behind it as well. And with the supervisor, the SERPA raised a concern about pedestrian crossing. I had a group of students that actually that met with me about this same issue, so I'd be willing to help you with that as well. And that concludes my comments. With that, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
A second.
Okay, we got a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from.
I'll just say with the exception of item number 30 that was pulled.
Yes. As now 6.1 and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Can we take roll call?
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have item 6.1, which is 30. Accept and file the Santa Cruz County Suicide Prevention Strategic Plan update.
And I want to just apologize. Normally I would let you know that I was going to pull this. And so I apologize for that. But considering that we have sort of a drying up potentially of federal funding, this is such an important item to many people in our community. I unfortunately witnessed 3 suicides at Aptos High about a decade ago. And so I want to make sure that we have a comprehensive prevention strategy in place. And it sounds like this is it. So I'd just like to hear a little more about it.
Yeah, absolutely. No worries. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Karen Kern, Interim Behavioral Health Director, Health Services Agency. We came before you in 2019, June of 2019, with our first suicide prevention strategic plan. And at that time, it was reviewed and approved by the board. We then had COVID. And then coming out of COVID, we started tracking suicide rates in our county. We were at, 13 per 100,000 in 2021. And then in 2023, we went up to 17.1 per 100,000 in our county. So we mobilized and talked about updating our suicide prevention plan. Had two grants, a grant through SAMHSA titled Building Hope and Safety, and I presented a report on that grant for you guys in January. And then another grant through the California Department of Public Health. And the grants were really aimed at helping us develop and update our plan, and then also provide some specific training and supports to the community. Let's see. The plan is, we had a committee that got together. It was formed and comprised of members from Behavioral Health Department, Public Health, Veterans Administration, Office of Education, and then Family Services Agency, Suicide Prevention Services. And then we had a consultant to support us in developing the plan. The plan is structured around 5 key strategic aims. The first is about maintaining and building a local suicide prevention infrastructure. And there's 3 goals under that. Maintaining an advisory group to provide leadership and support necessary partnerships, collect and annually review data to better understand and address the problem and impact, and then explore and coordinate funding and other resources to sustain the efforts. The second aim is about protective factors in promoting wellness and prevention and reducing stigma. The 2 goals under that aim are to develop and implement bilingual public messaging, events, and media communications, inclusive of 988. And the second goal is to develop and implement a plan to continue offering prevention education and training for community members and a wide range of helpers. And there were multiple trainings through the Building Hope and Safety Grant, which are detailed in the report I submitted in January. The third goal is around intervention, which is increasing early identification of suicide risk and promoting connection to services. And there's 4 goals under this aim. The first is to formalize use of evidence-based tools like the Columbia Suicide Risk Assessment and the Stanley Brown Safety Plan. The second goal is to create a system map of crisis services in support of the Crisis Now implementation. The third is to develop and disseminate supportive resources for individuals who have had a past suicide attempt in the effort to prevent a future attempt. And then the fourth is to increase the effectiveness of treatment for people suffering from serious thoughts of self-harm by providing countywide training to behavioral health professionals on the Collaborative Assessment of Management of Suicidality, or the CAMS. And we're offering our first training in April of this year. The fourth aim is around means safety, so creating safe environments by reducing access to lethal means. The 3 goals under that aim are to partner with local gun shops and firing range owners and local law enforcement agencies to increase awareness of suicide prevention efforts, warning signs, and available resources. The second goal is disseminate information through local health departments to community partners about available overdose prevention resources, methods, medications to counteract overdose, such as naloxone. And then to distribute means safety information and tools to providers and community members. And under the Building Hope and Safety Grant, we were also able to purchase some lock boxes for firearms or medication. And we've been distributing those through various public fairs and farmers markets throughout the community. And then our fifth aim is postvention. So really supporting people who have experienced a suicide loss in their family. Those goals include distributing kits such as the local outreach to suicide survivor or loss packets, developing a loss response team so that we have individuals that are available to go work with people who have experienced a loss in their family, and then increasing the availability of local providers to support survivors of suicide through specialized training and resources. This group developed this plan that's before you today. It went through our mental health advisory board meeting in August of 2024 and opened for public comment, and then closed the following month in September 2024 in the mental health advisory board. And then our recommendations are to encourage continued dissemination, adoption of this plan by local organizations and governing boards, continue to identify and build collaboration and partnerships at regional level, and then building up the Suicide Awareness Committee with additional representation to reflect the geography and diversity of Santa Cruz County. Any questions?
Any board questions?
That's excellent. Thank you very much. Of the 17.1 suicides in 2021, is that our most recent data?
It's 2023.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So how many were under the age of 18?
I have to get that for you.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I appreciate you bringing this to a higher level for the public to understand.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any public comment on this item? We'll bring back to the board for a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
We had a motion from Supervisor DeSerpa and a second from Supervisor Martinez. Can we get a roll call?
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next on the item on the agenda is item number 7, to consider recommendations of the short-term rental ad hoc subcommittee to consolidate and revise the hosted rental and vacation rental ordinances and take all related actions. I'll turn it over to Supervisor Koenig and Supervisor Cummings for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we are excited to report on our work from about the last 6 months as the ad hoc subcommittee. We'll dive right in with some proposed changes to the short-term rental and vacation rental laws. Next slide, please. So we'll provide a little bit of background, particularly for our new board members on the current short-term rental ordinances that we have and some of the outline they provide for operation in the county. We'll discuss the problems that led us to seek changes to the ordinance in the first place, a timeline of our activities as the short-term rental ad hoc subcommittee. Then we'll get into some of the nitty gritty with an overview of the proposed changes, review community feedback, discuss fiscal impacts, and then look at next steps. Next slide. So first of all, a little ordinance history. The initial short-term rental, or I should say vacation rental and hosted rental ordinances were established in 2011. And really key to that was the establishment of these 3 zones within the county, these sub-zones, the Davenport, Swanton designated area, the Seacliff, Aptos, La Selva designated area, and the Live Oak designated area. These were areas where we were seeing higher concentrations of vacation rentals, and so there were specific caps on the number of vacation rentals or unhosted rentals that there could be in each one of these areas, as well as blocks defined with a 20% cap limit to vacation rentals on any given block. There were some small updates made to the ordinance back in the 2020-2021 timeframe, mostly around enforceability and the ability to ultimately revoke permits when there was a number of violations. And then, but I think it's important to note that until the passage of Measure B, which increased transient occupancy taxes, both for hotels and short-term rentals, but particularly it was 3% for short-term rentals. Until that time, we didn't have a dedicated code compliance officer to enforce this ordinance. And so, I mean, code compliance covers a huge range of issues, including fires occurring on unmanaged properties in the rural area, all kinds of life-threatening situations. And so unfortunately, the topic of short-term rental enforcement consistently fell at the bottom of the list. With the additional funds that voters approved, the board said we really want a dedicated code compliance officer for this. And so really, it's just been in the last couple of years that we've had the insight of someone consistently enforcing the ordinance, and we wanted to be able to incorporate some of those. I mentioned that each one of these 3 regions has caps, both on a number defined for unhosted rentals and hosted rentals. Countywide, there is a cap on hosted rentals of 250. However, there is no limit on unhosted rentals countywide. That was another issue that we started to see, that we've seen get worse and worse, and that we were seeking to address with an update to the ordinance. And so on September 24th, the board voted to establish the ad hoc subcommittee to assess these issues and recommend regulatory changes. 2 of the key objectives being to establish a countywide cap, and also to require hosting platforms only work with permitted rentals. Thanks to the work of the dedicated code compliance officer, we have identified about 70 short-term rentals that largely are paying transient occupancy taxes, but do not have a permit. So whether that's because they haven't bothered to get the permit or don't realize that they need one. And so The easiest way ultimately to address these is anyone who's not permitted but operating would be simply to cut them off from access to customers and remove them from hosting platforms. And so to do that, having some responsibility on the behalf of the hosting platforms not to work with unpermitted rentals is essential, and we wanted to include that in the ordinance. We've seen success, for example, in Santa Monica, where they included such a provision and it was upheld in court. Next slide, please. Other problems, I mean, the impacts on housing, I think, are foremost in Supervisor Cummings' mind and I mean, we are in a housing crisis. We are the most expensive rental market relative to incomes in the country. And so there's just been an increasing erosion of single family homes that can sometimes house multiple students or multiple tenants of any kind. And those getting converted to short-term rentals. We've also just seen the increased commodification of housing particularly within our region, being so close to Silicon Valley, and homes being sold by 2 out of vacation rental owners who now live out of the county, don't come over here, and are, just continue to treat these homes purely as investments. And so we want to do something to address that. And what this image here shows is that you can see the edge of the live oak designated area there, which really controlled density. But we're seeing that really, particularly in areas adjacent to some of the designated areas, just as much density and just as much demand to convert the long-term housing stock to vacation rentals. And while certainly Opal Cliff Drive there is place for many multi-million-dollar homes with ocean views, the Bain Nova neighborhood closer to the railroad tracks and 41st has traditionally been a just moderate income single family neighborhood. And so you can see that even that is seeing significant vacation rentals. We also want to do something to address just consistent community disruptions around parking issues, noise complaints, neighborhood conflicts, all the usual stuff. And try to just tighten up the record there and address other regulatory gaps. Next slide. So the subcommittee did have a number of meetings and do a good amount of public outreach and engagement, starting with meetings with the Santa Cruz Association of Realtors, a couple of different events. Then we met individually with the management companies, folks who operate a good number of vacation rentals, typically on behalf of owners. We met directly with Airbnb and VRBO. We had discussions with permit holders as well as neighbors or residents who live next to a good number of vacation rentals. We met with Visit Santa Cruz County. And finally, just last week, had a large community meeting where every member of the public was invited to hear feedback on these specific proposals. Next slide.
So I do want to highlight that last December, the Coastal Commission, December 2023, the Coastal Commission was in Santa Cruz and we received a report. We had a little workshop on housing and visitor serving amenities in the coastal zone. And one of the things that they highlighted in one of the presentations that we received was that the non-hosted rentals tend to have the greatest impact on communities in terms of escalating housing price and in terms of reducing housing availability. And what was recommended was really trying to promote hosted rentals, which really are trying to achieve that gap of what Airbnb is essentially for, which is bed and breakfast. Somebody has extra space in their home. They're an empty nester. They want to make a little extra income. They're members of the community. Providing them with this kind of economic opportunity is really what should take precedent over trying to create more investment opportunity for out of county investors who are looking to just buy up housing stock and convert our housing to commercial use. And so for that reason, when we were looking at our current, because of the fact that there's no cap on non-hosted rentals, we noticed that there were about 270 permits that either had been approved or applications that were in queue. And so we use that as kind of our cap. So for non-hosted rentals, we're going to cap the number at 270, which would allow for people who currently have permits and people who are currently in queue to receive those permits. And we are not going to be reducing any of the current permits and the people who have permits throughout the county. Next slide.
Actually, one more point here is just to clarify what we're looking at. So this is a dashboard that has a map of every single vacation rental, or short-term rental, both hosted and unhosted in the county. And so that top number 863, as you can see, is the combination of all. Vacation is also the equivalent of another term for unhosted rental that we currently use. And so while it is 863 countywide, the number of 270 permits is really just for outside of the designated areas. And so really the majority of the existing short-term rentals are within the designated area. So that's how we define that number of 270 permits, is looking at everything outside. And the goal was really to just basically freeze where we're at now. Supervisor Cummings said not to be revoking people's permits, but really just to say, okay, enough's enough. We think we have enough capacity. Next slide. There were some, one particularly nuanced thing within the Seacliff, Aptos, La Selva designated area where there's an exception zone called out. That's the hashed out area here that you can see on the map. This is along the Beach Drive, Rio Del Mar Flats, Potbelly Beach, and a couple of other areas. It's defined in the code. And the way it's defined, it says that within the exception zone, short-term rentals will not count towards block density limits or other caps. However, there was enough ambiguity there that staff was interpreting this to mean that the short-term rentals would not count towards block caps, but would still count towards the total cap for the SALSTA region. And so that led to just some weird way that applications were being treated. And so we felt it was, and actually staff asked us to clarify this. So we clarified and reaffirmed that the exception zone is in fact an exception zone, and we would not count any of the vacation rentals within the exception zone towards the cap. However, almost half of all the vacation rentals within this zone are in the exception zone, about 94 at the time of that we looked at this. And so what we're suggesting to maintain sort of the most or have the least impact on this area is, rather than now opening up 94 new permits outside of the exception zone, which would effectively happen with this definition, we're saying maybe we should just reduce the cap by 94 within this area to have the minimal impact on housing stock. Next slide.
So kind of in terms of available permits, one of the things that we've seen is that while there's been a lot of impacts already expressed by residents and neighborhoods, and especially within the designated areas. And one of the things we also see is that although there are, for example, in the Live Oak district, 262 potential permits that are available for vacation rentals, which are non-hosted, there's only 202 permits being used. And so to kind of to meet the needs of the community who've expressed that they already feel that there's overwhelming numbers of vacation rentals within those communities non-hosted, we're proposing to reduce the number of permits by 10 over 5 years in these designated areas, the non-used permits. So if there are permits in excess starting January 2026, we will start reducing the 10 permits per year within those areas to try to help lower the number of potential non-hosted vacation rentals that would be within those areas. Next slide.
Sorry,
if you want to.
I was going to add one thing here, which is, back in 2020 when the ordinance, when changes to the ordinance were proposed, I think it was proposed that the Live Oak, that vacation rentals or unhosted rentals be reduced to 220. And then the Coastal Commission came back and said, no, it should be 262. So to kind of avoid, based on current demand, and so to avoid this back and forth of, well, should the cap be 262? Should it be 240? Should it be 220? Should it be 280? We figured, okay, well, if the intent is sort of to freeze the number of vacation rentals that are available today, let's look at what the actual demand is and then kind of work backwards from there until the cap is at the same level of the actual demand. Next slide. we clarified in the proposed ordinance just the 20% density limit. So right now, staff is approving new vacation rentals as long as that 20% hasn't been met. But even if once approving, they'll be greater than 20% density on a single block. So for example, if it's a block is at 18% vacation rentals, and the application would mean that it would now be at 24% vacation rentals once approved. We're still approving that. That just seemed a little bit weird. It seemed like 20% should be 20%. And so we clarified that if a new approval would push that over 20%, that we will not approve an application. We've also seen some situations where people are literally being surrounded by vacation rentals, and both of these screenshots demonstrate that. So on the top, you can see a vacation rental above, below, and behind somebody. On the yellow bordered picture there, you can see, again, vacation rentals on both sides directly of someone, as well as on the alleyway, the two homes behind them. And keep in mind that the frontage of these homes are often all parking. And so they can see sometimes 4 SUVs along each one of these parcels. Sometimes completely surrounding someone, they have trouble accessing their home. And so at the end of the day, when we talk about a 24/7, 365 vacation rental, this is absolutely a commercial use in a residential zone. And we need to be, the whole intent of the ordinance is to be sensitive to those impacts on full-time residents. And so that's why we included a provision in this proposal that we wouldn't approve a new permit if it meant that one home was going to be adjacent to more than 2 unhosted vacation rentals. Next slide. I mentioned holding hosting platforms accountable for working with permitted vacation rentals. Right now, we're still, people can get a certificate and pay their transient occupancy tax even without a permit, even without us ensuring that they're meeting all these regulations. And as I said, we've identified about 70 folks that are doing just that. And so rather than trying to go after with enforcement actions every single person, it's a heck of a lot easier just to remove access to the public who is trying to book these vacation rentals for anyone who doesn't actually have a permit. And so to do that, we included language around hosting platform accountability and the fact that we would notify hosting platforms of folks we've identified operating without a permit, and it's their responsibility to remove those within 10 days or face an administrative penalty of up to $1,000 per day per listing. As I mentioned, this is actually modeled on Santa Monica's ordinance. They upheld that in court. Of course, the hosting platforms tried to say, hey, well, we're not responsible for the content that people post on our site. We said, well, it's not about the content. It's about who you are working with, and you must work with permitted operators. Next slide.
So we, as part of this effort too, one of the things that came to our attention was that there's two separate codes. One is for hosted rentals, one is for non-hosted rentals. And so what we're trying to do is to do some cleanup, and where we're merging these two now into one consolidated ordinance, which is for short-term rentals. And this is bringing us into alignment with standard verbiage that's used with jurisdictions throughout the state. There's still going to be different considerations for if you run a non-hosted versus if you are not hosted, but we're just going to have those definitions defined within one ordinance, so that when staff is going through and when members of the public are looking at the code, it's one, they're going to one place. They're not getting confused with 2 different types of code. So this is just trying to bring our code into alignment and help streamline updates and improvements for enforcement and clarity within the ordinance. Next slide.
We also included some higher permit standards, particularly that a site visit may be involved. So right now, staff is approving permits without necessarily actually having going and ground truthing, what applicants are saying. And we've seen that be problematic, based on whether it's just the safety of the room or the house that's actually being rented, or other issues like encroachments into the public right-of-way. We're also requiring a site plan, again, particularly for hosted rentals, to make sure it's clear what rooms in a house are actually being rented out. We also included some stronger ownership verification to make sure to prevent frauds around, we've heard of people showing up at residents' houses and say, hey, we rented your house. What are you doing here? And in fact, it was a scam that someone just got their money off of Craigslist. And yeah, some clear permit renewal criteria based on compliance history. Next slide. This is an example of this is not, I don't think, actually a short-term rental, but an example of encroachment into the public right-of-way in terms of parking. So you're not actually allowed to have more than 50% of your frontage be devoted to a driveway most of the time, but we've seen in the coastal area consistently is people will actually convert the rest of the frontage to parking just for their home. And that actually is removing horizontal parking space along the street there for the public to use. And so whether it's sort of converting public space to private space, or people just encroaching on public parking with gardens or vegetation, we think it's pretty clear that those kinds of encroachments should not be tolerated when granting or shouldn't. You should be until addressing those. You shouldn't be eligible to receive a short-term rental permit. We also are suggesting that we limit short-term rental permits to 1 per parcel. Next slide. And I think probably the most significant thing we're suggesting as far as just improving reporting and oversight in general is to have a unified hotline. That would be the most prominent thing on every sign. So in this case, if you called the Beach Nest, the number on the Beach Nest sign there, you'd be connected with someone at Beach Nest Rentals. And that's great. They're a super responsible operator and answer their calls. But what we heard consistently from the managers is that, well, no one actually calls us. Everything's fine. What we heard from residents was, we call all the time and no one picks up. And so when we went to the sheriff's office, we said, well, how many calls are we getting related to vacation rentals? And they said, well, we actually don't know because we don't have a specific code for vacation rentals. Okay, clearly we need to do something differently. And so having a unified hotline that everyone calls first, and then the hotline is basically a service we pay for as a county. They will then redirect the call to the sheriff's office or the 24/7 manager or anyone else as needed. But it gives us a consistent record of who called for what reason on what date and related to what property. Overall, it's a fairly minor cost to operate the hotline, and we're suggesting that we would pass that on to permit holders. And as you can see, places like Monterey already have hotlines like this. Next slide. This is sort of a minor point, but to Supervisor Cummings' point that we, really hosted rentals are sort of offering a very different kind of experience and ultimately help people to stay in their homes in a lot of cases. We did want to look at some unique cases where we'd expand eligibility if someone wants to move into their ADU and rent out their primary dwelling as a way to continue to live in Santa Cruz, that we would permit that. There are state laws that prevent the use of ADUs specifically for short-term rentals themselves, but we felt like this was sort of an interesting use case, again, that would allow people to ultimately afford to live in our region, which has a very high cost of living. Next slide.
So again, one of the biggest things that we're trying to promote here is that we want to maintain our housing within our community for people who live and work within our community. And so part of what we had discussed was that when tenants are going to be evicted for the purpose of converting a home to a short-term rental, the owner must pay the tenant 6 months rental assistance for relocation, just knowing how challenging it can be to pay for moving costs, down payment, first month's rent, and when you've been living somewhere for so long. And we feel that, given that the amount of money that they're the conversion of residential to commercial for the purposes of investment and for commercial use, that this seems to be a reasonable ask for someone who is going to need to kick tenants out and make them move somewhere else. In addition to that, one of the things that we also have heard from the community that's a concern is the corporatization of vacation rentals in our community. So corporations coming in, buying up multiple houses, getting, 4, 5, 6 permits, and then just completely, taking housing that should have been built for people to live in and converting it to this commercial use. And so what we're proposing is that no one person or entity shall be issued more than 1 short-term rental permit, either for a hosted rental or non-hosted rental. So the idea being that if you own a second home in the community, you want to convert that to a short-term rental, you can do that for 1 home, but you can't go out and start buying up homes throughout our entire community, converting multiple homes to short-term rentals for for commercial gain. Ideally, again, we want to allow people this opportunity, but at the same time, we also need to balance that with how we're going to maintain housing during a housing crisis. Next slide. And so, again, we had multiple opportunities and multiple engagements with various community sectors. This is a photo from our last meeting. We had a full house of about probably 50 people who attended. And in general, there wasn't really any sentiment of don't do this. I think there was a lot of support for our hotline and accountability, density restrictions. There were some concerns around inspections and economic impacts from potential drawdowns from unused permits. And ultimately, I think Supervisor Koenig and I walked away with a sense of feeling like, while this isn't perfect, it's a step forward. And while not everybody's happy with everything within there, people are happy with various aspects of what we're proposing. And we're using this, really as a starting point for how we can further address the impacts of short-term rentals on our community and preserving our housing stock. Next slide. So fiscal impacts, again, there's no reduction to the current permits. We are not taking away anyone's permit right now. And I will say that one of the things that really influenced that decision as well was not only the impacts on the fiscal impacts, but the idea that many people have applied for these permits under a certain idea of what their expectations were. And so to come in now and say, we're changing the rules, we're going to take your permits away, we didn't think that would be fair for people who went through the process initially. So we're not going to be eliminating any permits for people who currently have permits. But we did want to be responsive to the impacts on neighborhoods, which is why we move forward with the caps today that we're proposing and the recommendations that we're proposing. But furthermore, we did want to, we did know that they could have impacts on visitor serving opportunities within our community. And so we're going to be having discussions with the county, with the hoteliers, with Visit Santa Cruz on how we could also support many of the hotels in our community, because one of the things we have seen is that some of the hotels in our industry have been negatively impacted. Some of the hotels in our community have been negatively impacted by short-term rentals. And so while we're moving forward with putting these caps in, how can we help hotels to be able to be sustainable within our community? Next slide.
If I could add just one note on that slide. Yeah, actually, one of the things that brought this issue to my attention originally, besides just the general march of complaints I hear from residents, was hearing from a hotel on Portola that wanted to convert to long-term rentals. It was sort of like, wait, what? Like, this is where we have the highest density of vacation rentals. Your designated visitor serving visitor accommodation, like, why do you now want to go to short-term rentals or to long-term rentals? And so clearly we need to do more to support our hotels. Just sort of stopping the growth of vacation rentals is one way to do that. But I think that ultimately we need to look at ways to encourage investment in hotels. I think we need to be clear-eyed that, as a county, our two biggest industries, we have $2 billion industries, ag and tourism in this county. And so, and they provide jobs for a huge range of people. And so, anything that we do should not destabilize our tourism industry. And in fact, long-term, we still want some capacity to grow that industry. But really with this proposal, we're recognizing that, okay, we want to do that in a way that is not going to aggravate our housing crisis. And that ultimately means further investment in hotels rather than vacation rentals.
All right, so next steps today, the board has this item for its consideration. Should the board want to move this item forward, the next step would be that it would go to the Planning Commission for review around in the March, probably the April range. It would have 2 board hearings for final review and adoption after we have recommendations from the Planning Commission. Then we go to the Coastal Commission for review. And if there's no significant changes there, then it would come back, I believe, to the county for final adoption. And so next slide. So with that, just want to thank everybody for their time on this item, and I'll turn it back to the chair.
Thank you for the very thorough presentation. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Martinez.
Nice work. Thank you to both Supervisor Koenig and Supervisor Cummings for bringing us this presentation. It's really informative.
And I like the direction that it's going. Like every other coastal community, we struggle with trying to balance the tourism industry and benefit from TOT, but also support our housing challenges. And so in the rural area, we're no different. However, what does set us apart is that we really aren't able to develop large scale affordable housing. Like from a land use perspective, that's not allowed. And for a lot of other reasons, it's not a good idea for different mountainous areas. And so we really rely on ADUs and junior ADUs to add to the housing stock. And so I just have a question for clarity. It might be you guys, or it might be Assistant Director Hansen, who I see here from CDI, just to talk about, if I understand correctly in the proposal, somebody would be able to move into their ADU and then turn their main home into a rental. But does that kind of defeat the purpose? Because then it takes a home off the main rental market?
Yeah, I mean, that's valid. I mean, it's sort of an edge case, right? And let me also state that ADUs cannot be used as short-term rentals by California law. I mean, that was sort of with everything the state has done to make it easier to build ADUs. They said, okay, well, we don't want these to be used for short-term rentals. I mean, what we were looking at in this case is it has to still be a primary residence of the owner or their family. And so we thought, well, that maybe this is a case where that ADU might not even get built otherwise. And this is really still, we're actually qualifying it as a hosted rental. So, I hear your concerns, but at the same time, it's possible that this just wouldn't even get built, and it's enabling someone to continue to live in the community.
Got it. Appreciate the response. I think that's the only area I'm looking at the proposed ordinance that I think probably is kind of ripe for some problems related to the areas in my district where, we are asking and supporting our residents in developing ADUs so we can add to our housing stock up there, so our community can continue to be housed up there. So that would be sort of my suggestion for adjustments. But other than that, I'm really happy that you pulled this together. Thank you.
Any public comment on this item?
Well, thank you, Supervisor Cummings and Koenig. I think this is a very thoughtful process you went through. I think you came up with a good set of compromises, but also enforcement too. I've lived in this neighborhood for 42 years. I've seen the conversion you've talked about. About every month and a half, we get a letter from something called Via Casa telling us to turn our home into a vacation rental. I'll pass this around. You can read it. I have plenty of them if you want your own copy of it. But the biggest issue has been there were always vacation rentals in our neighborhood, but once they became kind of monetized with Airbnb and VRBO, they became businesses. So what you have now are hotels in the middle of neighborhoods. Some people are surrounded like you saw, some people aren't. Some people are like us, we're next to a large one. There's virtually no enforcement on it. With this hotline, we can call. I've called sometimes after big groups have come. They get really loud. And one of the times I remember, it's kind of funny, I called up and they said, oh, yeah, hi, I haven't talked to you for a while, but we've been fired. And so they weren't the people managing it. So a hotline will solve the problem because we're going through all this all the time. The things we saw when we started working on this as a neighborhood in 2009 is a lot of what you've talked about already. Basically, you were going to lose your housing stock, you're going to lose your neighborhood. It was a lose-lose all the way around for Santa Cruz. Now, I think with what you have here in this balance is a good approach. You're going to enforce it a little more. You're going to do a lot of other things that should have been years ago. But also, thank you for putting an enforcement officer in place. That has not been the case. And thank you, the county administrative officer came up with the idea. I probably shouldn't publicly mention it, but putting a little extra tax on to pay for a lot of the impacts of these, because these are businesses. So anyhow, I don't want to take more of your time. You've had a long meeting so far, but and I had a nice speech to give, but I put it online so you could read it there. But anyhow, the last thought was we don't have problems with the hosted vacation rentals. It's the empty houses that turn into party houses. Thank you.
Again, Terrence Concanon, Chief Executive Officer for Visit Santa Cruz County. I'd like to thank the board and particularly Supervisor Koenig and Cummings for their hard work in this detailed presentation and for involving Visit Santa Cruz County in this process. One thing I do urge the board is that currently our tourism numbers are rising approximately 1.5 to 2% every year. I do anticipate over the years that will increase year by year. So I do encourage this board and the county itself to look into ways to make it easier for hotel development in the unincorporated areas, as well as hotel expansion, so that we can, I've said this before in front of this body, the number one customer of Visit Santa Cruz County are the residents of this county. Because the better this county is for our residents, the better it is for our visitors. But at the same time, because I do what I do want to make sure that our visitors are taken care of, and that we look forward to this increase in visitation that we will inevitably see, and make sure that we are looking at that with a very keen and critical eye. Thank you.
Anyone online? Oh.
Thank you. I'm Fred Deutz. I live on 14th Avenue. I want to thank Supervisors Koenig and Cummings for the work that they've done over the last 6 months in preparing this draft ordinance that's in front of you. I live in a Live Oak neighborhood that has large numbers of unhosted vacation rentals. 3 homes in the immediate vicinity that have been sold have all been converted to unhosted vacation rentals. The last one raised the neighborhood density from below 20% to above 20%, and it created a surrounded neighbor. So I support the current revisions that contain stronger location and density requirements, but our street has already been transformed by allowing more than 20% commercial activities in our residentially zoned neighborhood. And in fact, one that's 2 doors away from me is listed on VBRO as 6 bedrooms, 4 baths, and comfortably accommodates 22 individuals. And per the ordinance, that doesn't include an unlimited number of children. Our history with the vacation rental posting of a contact phone number has been problematic. There are a number of posted numbers that are not active, that go to voice messages that are never responded to, or not even a number posted. Further calls to the sheriff's office for noise and nuisance complaints go unlogged because there is not a vacation rental way to track them. The result is that when a vacation rental comes up for permit renewal, there is no record of complaints against the sheriff's responses. I strongly support the hotline. It is a new way to go. I suggest that the short-term rental permits upon renewal also be inspected. A lot can change in the 5 years that go on between them. And I hopefully that the ARB and VRBO.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If anyone wants to speak, please line up for this item.
Thank you, Becky Steinbrunner. I live in rural Aptos, but there are vacation rentals up there. It sometimes does cause a problem with parking, primarily because the roads are narrow. There are residents' concerns about clogging the evacuation routes and also fire danger. I also have a concern that the hotels may be more water efficient for our visitors. And that's something we should be looking at too, versus a home that may not be as water efficient or as accountable for water efficiency. I support the hotline. I think that's a great idea. In the past, I have urged people to call the sheriff's non-emergency number, and they don't want to do that. So having a hotline dedicated for this purpose will be a great improvement. I ask that the residents, the parcels around any vacation rental, hosted or unhosted, be mailed notice of this hotline so people are aware of it, because otherwise, how would you know? Thank you for the good work, Supervisor Koenig and Supervisor Cummings, that you've done on this. I applaud you for really going out and doing the homework and bringing the public to the table. And I look forward to seeing how the promises that were made in Measure B are upheld. It also promised to fix the roads. So let's see that happen. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. Jonathan Kolodinsky, South County resident. Want to echo the community's appreciation for you taking on this issue. I think it's important to strike the balance as we work to orchestrate how our communities operate and live. One thing I didn't hear mentioned about was areas like the Pajaro Dunes, which are generally occupied at about 75% short-term rentals to long-term rentals. So I just wanted to make sure that that was part of the considerations as you move forward. Thank you.
Anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Larry, your microphone's now available. As a reminder, Larry, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself. I'm going to go ahead and move on to our next speaker, Chair. Michelle, your microphone's now available.
Yeah, great presentation. One thing that's really important, being next to all these vacation rentals, again, with those number of cars, people are coming in to vacation. They come in with large groups. Remember, please, that you guys also have allowed for 3,000 new apartments to be coming into Santa Cruz as well. That has an impact, a huge impact on Highway 1 and the traffic that we're already experiencing. Already the beach traffic that's coming in from over the hill and all these vacation rentals. It's making it very hard for the residents to even get back and forth on 1. And I know with these new lanes going in, there's still more for buses. Remember, the buses aren't clean. They still have a lot of unsavory people sometimes riding them. And everybody that lives in this area has to be able to work. And most people can't make a living wage here in Santa Cruz County. So again, please also put the impact of our roads, because 4 extra cars per house is huge. Even for these apartments, even if you're not providing parking, people are going to have cars. We have nowhere to park them. We already have problems. So if you could just also include that in the study, and maybe you should look at the people in line for the permits, because again, there should be a moratorium on the number of vacation rentals, because we keep hearing about this housing crisis. Make them full rental, like long-term rentals. We don't need more people buying houses and just using them for rental properties for short terms. It's just a little bit much for this small coastal communities. Thank you.
Larry, if you're now able to connect, your microphone is now available. Larry, we're unable to hear you if you're speaking. Here, we have no further speakers. It appears Larry's not able to connect.
Thank you. So, with all the neighborhood concerns that have been raised, and over 800 vacation rentals in total, and about almost 300 in vacation rentals in the impacted areas, I'll be supporting this because it is a balanced approach. And I believe it'll help us with alleviating some of the housing shortage that we're trying to address. And so I would look to my board for a entertaining motion.
And I have comments, if that's okay. I don't know if you guys want to make a motion first and then I can comment after.
Go ahead.
Okay. So Unified Hotline is great. First of all, thanks for the presentation. It was a very complicated backup, and I really wanted to talk to you. I wanted to go to the community meeting, but I couldn't because you guys were already brown acted together. So I'm really grateful to have this conversation today, and just bear with me. So The definition of an unhosted rental, does that include a rental that's being managed by property management, or is that a hosted? I'm unclear.
Yeah, typically that would be a property that's managed by a management company.
Unhosted?
Unhosted,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, in fact, like one of the gray areas was, well, what if you own your home, leave on the weekends and rent the whole house out? Is that hosted or unhosted? And we did clarify that we consider that unhosted because no host is on site.
Okay, thank you. What percentage are we actually talking about? It's like 1%, right? Of all of our housing stock is in vacation rentals. Is that correct?
I don't know the exact percentage myself. I mean, I've heard that number thrown out there.
Yeah.
And I think that even one, I mean, it's also probably worth looking at like, well, what percentage of new home sales are, involve a conversion to a vacation rental?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously the impacts are not even throughout the county. There's probably more within coastal areas, and in particular, like that slide showed, areas that are sort of adjacent to some of the existing designated areas. But I mean, we have seen consistently homes that were converted, where long-term tenants lost their housing, even like homes, for example, in my district, like on Madison Lane, not near the coast at all. Nice single family home. You're waiting for the new family to move in. Oh wait, just got converted to a vacation rental too. So, even though it is still significant, particularly when there's a housing crisis, every unit is valuable.
Certainly. Yeah, go ahead.
If I can follow up and just add to that. I think when we think about, from what we've heard from some of the folks in the realtor industry, they've thrown out the number of it's about 1% of our housing stock. But I think we need to think more deeply about, if that's 1,000 homes, how much time would it take to replace 1,000 homes in this community? And it would take probably a decade or more. I mean, we don't see housing production at such a high rate to where, and we have a housing crisis. So we don't see the housing production at such a rate where it's like, it's okay that we're converting these residential uses to commercial uses because we're just going to see more housing come online. And what we're really saying is that we're having a significant portion of our housing stock being converted from residential use to commercial use. And one pushback that I said to some of the folks in the real estate industry was that, you think about it says, if there's 1,000 homes, if that's 1,000 individuals, it's like oftentimes those are families of multiple individuals. There's many, like I, for example, live with 2 other people, and there's many households where people who are working in our community will just be renting a room. And so if you have a 3-bedroom house, that's, 3 people who will no longer be able to, live in that house as a long-term rental. And so I think that it's easy to say it's 1%, but when we really start thinking about like, what does that actually mean in terms of who is living in our community? It can be many more people who would have the opportunity to live here who no longer would have that option.
Thanks. I am aware of those issues for sure. I think another problem which we're not talking about here is the ownership of people from over the hill, where there's tremendous wealth, have come here and bought second homes and are not renting them out at all to anybody. They're just keeping them vacant. That's I think, even potentially a bigger problem, because then we're not realizing really any TOT or economic benefit except for maybe increased property taxes, right? So I think that's sort of the elephant in the room we're not talking about. One of the things that, I'll just say that I'm concerned about is the economic impact during this downturn, likely in our county revenue. It is one of our only economic drivers, agriculture, tourism, and to cap and then remove 10 per year. I am concerned about the loss of income to our county, and especially with the threat of losing our federal funding in many ways. It's going to be a very difficult time. So I think the timing is not the greatest. I am an objection to 6 months rent provided by somebody who would want to to have to evict a tenant for whatever reason, that's more than any other jurisdiction in this county. That's more than the housing authority would provide for somebody being evicted from a housing authority unit. It just doesn't make that just seems very punitive. And I absolutely understand that it's very hard to find housing. And Justin, when you said, Supervisor Cummings, when you said how hard it would be take a decade to build 1,000 units. Well, I hope not. We need to build 4,500 in 8 years. So let's get going on that. We need more housing. That's the real issue here. I would like also, I mean, maybe you guys, the former board had already received a report. I would like to see a report in front of us to talk about the parcels that we're rezoning for housing upcoming. I want to know the timelines. How does it work? And how to make that happen so that we could get housing built as soon as possible for our residents. Hotline is great. Sorry, I'm looking over my notes.
While you're looking through your notes, the housing elements really goes into detail about where the new housing development priorities are.
Right, but I think it's important for us to receive a report here and so the public can hear too, because there's a bunch of misinformation out there currently. And, I just say too, regarding the parking of multiple cars, in these neighborhoods, people are having such a hard time affording the rents that multiple people, as you just talked about, have to sort of rent homes together. And I think that is impacting our neighborhoods. Okay, those are my comments and questions. Thank you.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
So I'll go ahead and make the motion for the recommended actions. I'd actually like to suggest one additional recommended action that gets at this point of ensuring continued capacity in our tourism economy. And that is to direct planning staff to report back with options for a hotel overlay district that would facilitate the expansion or establishment of hotels, including in areas outside of the urban services line, such as Chaminade or Brookdale Lodge, no later than September 30th, 2025. So this, I think, speaks to the long-term capacity, again, of the tourism industry in our community. And speaking with the folks from Visit Santa Cruz, it seems like we've got probably enough vacation rental capacity for the next 3 to 5 years. And then after that, we could start to see some crunch. And so if we start planning now to allow hotels to expand, and I know, for example, in my district, Chaminade has expressed interest in some additional investments, then, I think we could catch up with that. The other thing I would just point out for Supervisor DeSerpa, certainly, hear your concerns about economic impacts. And again, that's why we've really tried to thread the needle on this and not start revoking a bunch of permits. I can tell you, we certainly had members of the public say, hey, we should limit every one of these to, no more than 90 days, right, per vacation rental. And that would probably have caused chaos and a huge impact, certainly on county revenues as well. Certainly one area that I could propose a tweak would be even in the number of short unhosted rentals considered in the SALSTA. We sort of, what we're bringing forward here is what we felt like would be kind of status quo. But if you feel that there should be additional capacity for growth there, I know I for one would probably defer to your opinion because it's your district.
Thank you.
And I'll second the motion and just say as well that this is a Supervisor Koenig and I, it took us a long time to try to come up with the proposal that's before us today. We took it around to the community. We've had overwhelming support here today for it, which is, why we're trying to bring it forward, and we have a balanced approach here. I would say that, this is going to go to the Planning Commission and it's going to come back to us. And so I think there are opportunities for tweaks to be made along the way. But this is kind of, based on our engagement and our trying to balance the community interest here, kind of what we felt like would be most accepted by the community, just given the lack of opposition that's been here. It really just shows the work that went into us to try to find a balance, because There are people in this room who I know would appreciate us just eliminating, like even chopping in half the number of short-term rentals. I'm not a big fan of them personally, and I think that hosted should be the way to go. But we know that there's, a lot of different people with a lot of different opinions, and we feel like this is, really trying to not make everybody happy, but move us in the right direction.
I was going to ask a question about the motion. Supervisor Koenig, can you clarify? I just don't think I heard it. Were you asking the Planning Commission to review the hotel plan or the staff?
Asking staff to report back with options for a hotel overlay district. And that basically would be a zoning that we could apply that says we want to see a hotel developed in this area or facilitate further expansion. I mean, I can explain, for example, Chaminade is located just outside the urban services line and therefore subject to a whole host of restrictions on their expansion at the same, even though they have a sewer connection, right? And so, we're not going to amend our urban services line or radically change the general plan. I don't think we want to do that, but at the same time, we want to facilitate continued investment of that location. And so what we're asking is staff to come back with some options on that.
Right, thanks. And also, I just want to acknowledge we didn't talk about that quite yet in today's agenda, but I'm assuming with County Council support, it's okay to add that to an amendment, even though it wasn't agendized.
Yes, it's okay to add that as a recommended action because your board isn't really taking action on anything. You're just asking basically for staff recommendation for further follow-up.
Got it. Thank you. I'd support that. I was also going to ask if you'd consider a friendly amendment to ask the Planning Commission to review the impact of allowing residents to move into the ADU and converting the main house into a short-term residential, just to see the impact on our overall housing stock, particularly, outside the urban services line.
Yeah, that's acceptable.
Thank you.
So we have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor Cummings and some amendments.
Certainly. Supervisor. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say maybe that to clarify the section in the hosted rental, it's 7CI, which is under hosted rental and the code consideration on hosted rentals with legal dwelling units and allowing people to live in the dwelling unit and rent out their home. And so the impacts on that under that section seems like that would be, I'm just trying to call out the exact portion of the ordinance.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next agenda item is number 8, to consider approving in concept ordinance amending section 7.130.030 and 7.130.110 of the Santa Cruz County Code regarding retail commercial cannabis operations and approve the Environmental Quality Act notice of exemption and take all related actions. I'll turn it over to Sam Laforte and Malady Sereno.
Good morning, Chair Hernandez and board members. I'm Sam Laforte, Cannabis Licensing Office Manager. I'm here to present on items 8 and 9. I'll begin with a brief background on the items, then focus on the proposed amendments to cannabis consumption for item 8 for existing retailers, then pause for public comment, and we'll move on to item 9 after the board acts. Oh, I got it. In November 2023, the board considered cannabis issues in the light of sustainable growth, economic development, and responsible regulations to seek alignment with the sustainability plan updates. This spurred a robust discussion at the board that led to directing staff to seek community input on potential program changes. Staff worked with board members to identify key community members and groups to do targeted public outreach. Staff also worked with our public information officer to advertise meetings via Nextdoor, Facebook, X, and press releases. These advertisements reached over 15,100 combined views, and 80 community members attended, as well as CAO staff and HSA staff. On June 4th, staff provided the board a report on the public listening sessions the board requested, And this board had a thorough discussion on the items, especially feedback and themes from community members as detailed in that board letter. The board then directed staff to draft ordinances related to the November board memo. Today's presentation is related to the aspects associated with allowing consumption at existing retailers and retail farms. On October 29th, the draft ordinance changes were reviewed with the public and the board, and that public discussion led to additional direction, which proposed limiting cannabis flower sales at farms, and the board requesting options for cannabis lounge locations. In summary, the board first proposed these changes in November 2023, and this meeting marks the 9th public meeting on these topics. Moving on to the proposed code amendments to allow cannabis consumption at existing retailers. The proposed changes will allow cannabis retailers the option of pursuing consumption via a license amendment. There are technical requirements to prevent consumption lounges from being detectable via scent, and worker protections to ensure these businesses comply with California smoke-free workplace requirements. Those protections include prohibiting workers from being required to go into areas where inhalable products are being consumed, and the consumption lounges must remain in negative pressure so that no air escapes these rooms. Next, we'll go into some research finding on consumption lounges. So we completed interviews with 13 operators of consumption lounges, and they consistently mentioned these spaces' primary benefit was educating folks on cannabis use. This graphic is from a rural Sacramento county who mentioned their monthly senior event is one of their most popular, and it's all about staff and community members learning from one another on how to use cannabis and what to expect from the various products and how they can help with their mental and physical health. Many said the space was symbiotic with local farms because those farmers' products are highlighted through farmers market events and farm takeovers, similar to tap takeovers at breweries and beer houses. These are attractive to tourists because they provide a safe, comfortable place to consume cannabis, as mentioned by many of the operators, and it's likely the only legal place any tourist can consume cannabis when traveling. Now, lounge economics were not as easy to assess as we would have liked because most of the cannabis retailers with lounges entered the market with both operations intact, and they only use one point of sale software. So the lounge operators were able to provide us valuable information on their businesses. And we spoke with operators from Eureka, Weed, Ukiah, Tahoe, Isleton, Lemoore, and quite a few others, and researched several others online. The operators in tourist areas, they noted that 25 to 30% of their sales are lounge derived. And those located outside of tourist areas noted 10 to 15% of their sales were lounge derived. Lounge derived meaning customers became regulars because of the lounge, or they are tourists looking for a safe, comfortable place to consume. Now, cannabis tourism is a driver, with 50% of millennials noting that recreational cannabis availability is a deciding factor in their travel and leisure choices. And 43% of millennials say they've chosen a destination because cannabis was legal there. Around 20% of American leisure travelers are interested in cannabis-related experience, but that number jumps to 62% when the survey data is narrowed to adults making over $50,000 a year. A cannabis tourism market, the value in 2021 was $17.1 billion, with $4.5 billion in direct sales and $12.6 billion in non-cannabis spending. Consumption is the missing piece of our legal market, as many operators said, and currently the only place someone can legally consume is a private residence. Modesto has embraced cannabis tourism as they created the Motown CannaPass. The CEO of Visit Modesto noted that the app delivered an immediate 11% boost to local retailers and overnight stays within Modesto. The app includes the do's and don'ts of cannabis, focusing on public and personal safety while providing discounts to local theaters, restaurants, and shops. We do anticipate a potential boost to CBT during the tourist season and potentially to TOT. Cannabis business tax and transit occupancy tax, to be clear for the public. So cannabis tourism will likely lead to an influx of non-cannabis tourist spending, as tourists spend an average of $2.80 on ancillary spending for every dollar spent on cannabis. This will result in additional work for staff, and we may need to adjust the license fee structure to accommodate this business type. I'm happy to answer any questions the board or the public has on the proposed amendments. Thank you.
I'm going to take it up to the public for public comment on this item. If there's anyone wishing to address us on this item, please come up to the podium.
I can still say good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and board. I'm Donaldo Hernandez. I'm a physician here in Santa Cruz. I reside in Santa Cruz. And by way of background, I'm the past president of the California Medical Association. And in fact, my journey in organized medicine started as a consequence of walking through my neighborhood to work, where someone decided to put a marijuana dispensary or cannabis dispensary, medicinal cannabis dispensary next to a daycare center. And what was interesting about that cannabis dispensary is it focused on ice cream-based related products across the street from Dominican Hospital. What I ask you to really consider this is in terms of where you place these locations and why it becomes important. And also, by way of background, I was in the group of physicians that voted in favor of removing our opposition in organized medicine against decriminalization, thus paving the way for that to occur. When Gavin Newsom came here on my invite in 2016, he talked about dispensaries. They would be regulated, they would be taken care of, and they would also be safe in terms of making sure that cannabis would not be used in a manner which would allow it to use heavy machinery or driving. A lot of locations in our county are going, by definition, are going to require individuals drive to these localities. The data right now indicates, and there isn't a positive data given the time that with that decriminalization, now legalization has occurred. There is no great methodology which tells how much one is intoxicated by the level of THC that they've consumed. The data is lacking. It's just not there. Furthermore, products that are currently being available both by consumption, by smoking, or by consumption, by consumables in an oral manner, have very, very high levels of THC now. They're much, much more potent than when we first envisioned what was going forward. So I would ask this board to really consider that. I work at Dominican Hospital. I take care of patients on a daily basis that come in with a substance use disorder and with cannabis use disorder issues. It is real, it's there, and we really need to be careful as we proceed going forward. The promise of revenues coming in for substance use disorder has not been manifested, and that needs to be taken into consideration as well. I thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Scott Garner. I'm a captain with the Scotts Valley Police Department. As a 27-year first responder in Santa Cruz County, I humbly request that you guys consider the following community safety red flags before moving forward with this motion. Unlike alcohol, there's no widely accepted equipment or legal standard to determine marijuana intoxication. Law enforcement officers cannot rely on breathalyzers for specific blood alcohol concentrations like the 0.08 blood alcohol levels, as we do with alcohol. This requires a specially trained certified officer that's called a drug recognition expert, which is 4+ weeks of specific training to get to that point. The impacts of marijuana compared to alcohol also are delayed. So a person who may believe they're okay to drive, as they continue to drive, could get more impaired. Scotts Valley and Highway 9 are already high-risk routes with winding roads, frequent collisions, bicyclists, pedestrians, students, and limited safe pullout areas. Adding marijuana lounges increases the likelihood of impaired driving in these areas, particularly connected to Highway 17. While alcohol DUIs remain a challenge for us, officers at least have the tools to detect and prosecute impaired drivers. Without similar tools for marijuana, the law enforcement is at a major disadvantage in keeping our roadways safe. I heard one comment earlier about getting rid of bars to accommodate this and make it equivalent to the marijuana. What it really is getting rid of the BAC, the 0.08 comparison. You would still have bars, you just wouldn't have a way to detect or monitor what is the legal limit. Marijuana lounges mean a higher probability of impaired drivers, leading to increased strain on local law enforcement and emergency services. In Santa Cruz County alone, we average about 4 DUI arrests a day with alcohol. That's including the billions of dollars in education that we spend and the ride shares and all the programs and support for that, right? So you just pick up the phone and call somebody, but we still have 4 DUIs a day. Until there's a reliable way to measure marijuana impairment, improving smoking lounges and premature and places an unnecessary burden on public safety resources and community safety. The county should prioritize road safety and capabilities, enforcement capabilities before expanding access to public marijuana consumption. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Grant Bowles. I'm a lieutenant with the California Highway Patrol and assigned to the Santa Cruz area.
And I've been on the Highway Patrol for 22 years and 17 years within Santa Cruz County. I want to provide a few statistics. In 2024, we arrested over 1,000 DUI drivers. And of those 1,000, 150 were drug-related arrests. This requires additional training, which the captain just spoke of. The CHP officers receive about 150 hours of basic DUI training. And currently we have 5 DRE officers, which do the advanced evaluation and detention of marijuana impaired drivers. As the captain spoke of, there's no presumptive limits for marijuana as with alcohol. So that requires a DRE to do an evaluation for the successful prosecution of DUI drivers in court. The Santa Cruz area has a high number of collisions involving bicyclists, pedestrians, and impaired drivers, and this adds another traffic safety issue. We have a saying that predictable is preventable, and this is a predictable public safety issue. And the CHP Santa Cruz area does not support these lounges. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, Pat Malo. I've had the pleasure of working on cannabis issues for over a decade now with many, if not all of you. And this thing I think has been in the works for quite a bit. We've had many conversations with all of you, with the community. There's been many opportunities to build in whatever safeguards we need to build into this thing to keep going forward. And I think that's what's lost in a lot of these conversations is that we're not coming out of a vacuum where there is no cannabis and debating whether we should have it or not. In many ways, this is the least amount of cannabis that has been in Santa Cruz County in years and years and years. And we often associate the problems with unregulated cannabis, which I would argue that a lot of the issues that we're just spoken about with DUIs and such, that cannabis probably wasn't purchased at a licensed dispensary in town, because still to this day, most of the cannabis that's purchased is not from licensed dispensaries. There's hemp shops and underground things because we've made the regulations so arduous that no one can participate in it. We used to have a huge industry in this community that I know all of you know about, and it used to benefit all sorts of normal people, and it was a way that everyone survived. And so we've made that so arduous that no one's participating anymore. We've created more problems with the outside the regulatory market from having the regulations be unworkable. So I know that it's fun and it feels good to build in all of these extra measures. And, I think that a lot of the time we create the same problem that we're trying to deal with by making it too arduous. And right now, dispensaries, whether or not you think they're rolling in dough, they're not. Some of them are closing, I believe, and we need to do every single thing we can to advantage this experiment called licensed legal cannabis in Santa Cruz so it doesn't fail. Thank you.
If anyone wants to speak to that item, please line up or sit in the front row so that we can do it in a time expedient way. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Nordahl. Excuse me. And I just want to express my support for the consumption lounges, more just as Team Santa Cruz Cannabis. Anything that helps benefit this industry, and especially providing positive experiences with cannabis, I think is a good thing. And I just want to state that one of the key components of cannabis consumption really is the social aspect and being able to be with other people. A lot of time, and cannabis for a lot of people, it's a way to unwind. Some people don't like alcohol or other activities. So cannabis seems to be a safe, productive way to actually unwind and get to know other people and have a nice social experience. And one of our crises that's going on right now is we kind of have a loneliness crisis just in society. So anything that encourages social community in a responsible, professional way, I think is actually a good thing. Whether you're a fan of cannabis or not. There are a lot of people who just cannabis is their thing. And there are a lot of cannabis enthusiasts. And I think making it more of a social, communal, non-stigmatized activity and where we have a safe place is going to be a good thing where a lot of people can benefit. And as far as the driving safety, I agree, do not want to see any driving. So as far as measures to make sure people aren't driving immediately after a lounge experience, I think is a good thing and support that. So thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon now, John Kolodinsky, cannabis operator. Again, thank you for taking on this issue. I know that the evolution of the cannabis industry in our community over the last decade plus has been a very contentious issue. And I applaud your leadership in working through the difficult decision-making process to strike the balance between bringing community together, ensuring that there's safe access, and in general, protecting the amazing county that we all share together. As Supervisor DeSerpa mentioned, our major economic drivers are agriculture and tourism. And I think this is an opportunity to really highlight the uniqueness of what one of the ways that makes Santa Cruz unique, and allowing us to be able to share that with not only members of our community, but also the greater population in a very positive way. And what we're talking about is creating safe access and opportunities to educate customers in a real world hands-on situation. I can't think of a better way to ensure that we keep people out of the hospitals by creating a safe space where people can share experiences and learn together how this medicine is best used for their personal needs. The goal of consumption is to create a safe space where members of the community and beyond can share and learn all the ways that cannabis can improve their lives. It's a modality for attracting tourism and creating community, ensuring responsible cannabis use. I think we should shift away from this narrative of suppressing our constituents from collectively congregating and pushing cannabis back into the darkness to a new paradigm where we celebrate the individuality of both cannabis and the humans that use it. This is a vital step in creating responsible cannabis use in our community, and I hope you seriously consider this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Sam, for presenting this amendment, and thank you to the board for your consideration. I'm James Cunningham. I'm the founder of Fog City Farms and now the Fog Bank Dispensary in Soquel. Fog City Farms is a local producer, manufacturer, distributor of cannabis products in the legal market. These are safe and tested products that we take a lot of pride in producing locally by local people that are all members of this community. Now that we're in the retail space, what we've experienced is that the average age of folks that are coming and visiting our dispensary is between like 30 and 50 years old. So we're not advocates of marketing towards young people, and we're definitely not even drawing them into our dispensaries, So obviously there's other methods of acquiring these products in the market. And what these do is they enable us to provide a safe and secure place to provide education on the product, which is our main goal. And that also, the county is protecting us as local businesses by enabling us to do this because it differentiates us from the rest of the greater industry, which is significantly oversaturated, tremendously oversaturated. There's producers in this state that are producing more themselves than the entire state could ever consume. So that shows you what your local operators are up against, and us being able to rely on our local community and provide education and show what differentiates us to our consumers and create consumer loyalty on a local basis can help insulate us from the rest of the market and create stability in this community. And so we appreciate you guys for considering it.
We can hold the applause and allow the speakers to speak on the podium.
Hello, my name is Helen Seifert. I'm a relatively new bud tender at Big Peace in Felton. I've lived in Santa Cruz Mountains my entire life, and I love the community. And I never realized how many elderly people actually use cannabis to help them with their daily lives and pain. And a lot of them, they don't have places to smoke. And this would be a great opportunity so they can have a safe space for themselves to be at. Because I know my dad, he because it wasn't legal back in the day, he got in trouble a lot, even though he was a medical user. And I don't want to see that happen to a family member that might just need it to take care of some pain and then something happens to them. When I was listening to other people's talk, I also heard about Highway 17 and how the dangers and everything. And growing up, I grew up on 17. I live off of 17. And I can tell you the thing that scares people the most is the road and people just not being comfortable driving. Yes, there's drugs involved. Yes, there's statistics like that. But just by an outside perspective and just observing, it's just people scared of the road, scared of circumstances, and just scared of life sometimes. And like everyone has their own issues. And I am very thankful that you guys are even thinking about the idea of this because it will help our community. At least I think in my eyes, I love our community. And I'm really thankful that you guys are open to the opportunity for this. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, supervisors. Thank you so much for your consideration today. My name is Bailey, and I am the marketing director for Treehouse and the Hook dispensaries in Capitola and Watsonville and SoCal. And I'm here to voice my strong support for allowing licensed cannabis consumption lounges in Santa Cruz County. Currently, adults 21 and over can legally purchase cannabis, yet they lack legal spaces to consume it outside of their homes. This creates a void, if you will, in our community. Consumption lounges offer a regulated and responsible solution. These spaces would feature strict ID checks, proper ventilation, no alcohol policies, promoting safe and legal use. Research from states with legalized cannabis shows no significant increases in teen use or DUIs. Lounges could further enhance public safety by providing designated consumption areas and safe transportation options. Economically, the benefits are clear. West Hollywood projects $5.5 million in annual tax revenue from its cannabis lounges. Santa Cruz, already a cannabis-friendly destination, could see similar gains, boosting tourism, creating jobs, and supporting local businesses. This aligns with our county's progressive values while keeping consumption responsible. More than that, these lounges would foster community, restoration, and wellness, similarly to cafes, wellness studios, or tea houses. They provide a safe and welcoming space for people to relax, connect with each other, and enjoy cannabis responsibly. Santa Cruz has led the way in wellness, culture, and personal freedom. Approving this ordinance modernizes our policies, benefits both consumers and community. I urge the board to move forward and treat cannabis fairly, just like other regulated industries. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Bryce Berryessa. I am one of the co-founders of Treehouse Dispensary. I got my paper. I wanted to just touch on a couple of topics that I feel are kind of important and imperative to this conversation. And, there's a lot of concerned community members of public health that are validly concerned about substance use in our community, especially amongst young people. And I think it is a shared concern of those of us in the cannabis industry, as well as of any of us that are parents, of which I am one. I think what often gets lost in that conversation is it's convoluted that legal recreational cannabis is actually contributing to a lot of these issues. I think what's been overwhelmingly shown since legalization, both locally here in Santa Cruz and is validated by the Healthy Kids survey, where almost every single metric of youth use of drugs and alcohol has gone down substantially since 2015. We're at half of the rates for grade 11 for current cannabis use within 30 days when the survey took place. We're at from a high of 46% down to 26% for non-traditional schooling. So, what has been shown overwhelmingly over and over again is that regulated and legalized cannabis actually decreases youth consumption. And that is a point when you look at the broad set of data, whether it's from the American Psychiatric Association, whether it's from the Centers for Disease Control, or whether it's from our own local surveys, that overwhelmingly shows that that's the case. And so I think it's important just to note that these lounges are going to be for adults. We're not proliferating new normalization of cannabis by having new spots pop up throughout the county. They're already at retail dispensaries or co-located on adjoining parcels. We can't advertise to minors. We don't advertise to minors. There's not an abundance of cannabis advertising that you're seeing now because we have prohibitions that severely restrict how we communicate these things. So this is just a sensible escalation of current cannabis policy and gives adults somewhere safe to consume. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Genoa, your microphone is now available.
Thank you. Hello, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Genoa Brown. I'm a local business owner, educator, and mother. I want to begin by acknowledging that the normalization of cannabis use and substance use in general can be frightening, especially as a parent and community member. I live and work on the Tannery Arts Campus, and after 6 years of waiting and unstable housing, my family has finally found our home in one of the most important and vibrant communities in this town. However, living in this community means I cannot ignore the reality around me. Our unhoused neighbors, many times very publicly, are suffering from mental health and substance use disorders. This crisis is not abstract for me. I keep Narcan in my classroom on campus. Last year, I had to use it to save a man's life right in the parking lot of my home and business. He was actively overdosing, actively dying. For those of us who live and work in these spaces, exposure to substance use, safe, legal, illegal, and unsafe, is a constant reality for adults and children alike. Because of this, I don't have the privilege of shielding my children from the realities of substance use. Instead, I have regular conversations with my 8 and 15-year-old about fentanyl, alcohol, cannabis, caffeine, what have you, what they are, how they affect the body, and what safe and unsafe use looks like. They see firsthand the real-life consequences of untreated mental illness, substance use disorders, including and economic disparities. Shielding children from these realities is a privilege. Access to resources is a privilege. Privacy is a privilege. Just as safe, private, and legal access to cannabis is a privilege. If we are truly concerned about substance use, why do we ignore visible suffering on our streets and the data on a far more widely available substance such as alcohol? Access to safe, legal cannabis for adults is not the cause of our community's struggles. When we scapegoat others in an effort to ease our fears, we lose the opportunity to come together to learn and to address the real causes of suffering, untreated mental illness, systemic economic disparities, and lack of resources. Instead of turning away, let's focus on real solutions.
Larry, your microphone's now available. Larry, we're unable to hear you.
Can you advise them how to do it too?
I am seeing that he's unmuting, but it seems like he's having some kind of technical difficulty on his end. I'm going to go ahead and move to the next speaker. Nadia, your microphone is now available.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nadia Lamy. I am an adolescent medical provider in the community, and I'm just calling to weigh in on this conversation. I'm hearing a lot of people from the business side say that, these are safe spaces for folks using cannabis. I just, being in the public health space and seeing patients come in every day, I don't know how we're defining safe. Cannabis is not legal at the federal level. So we're not really studying some of these very highly potent products that are being consumed and sold and marketed at these places. I know that there has been talk about not marketing to younger kids or adolescents, but if you go on the websites, these things are packaged in Skittles packages, 100 milligram gummies. Again, that is not a safe product for anyone, let alone a young person. So I think the ask really from public health is let's not be naive that these places, let's not tout this as like, this is a safe and responsible thing to do. I think what's safe and responsible is to look at these products and see what the effects might be, not only on young people, which we know has an impact, is leading to what I see in my clinic, psychosis, untreatable depression, cannabis hyperemesis. You guys, these are things I see every week. I'm having the hardest time trying to treat my patients, and I work with adolescents, so I recognize it's not legal, but I will tell you a majority, actually every single one of my patients that I ask, where do you get it? They're getting it from the dispensary. So as much as you don't want to think, okay, well, it's not legal and we're trying to protect them, that's where they're getting it. And so let's not have a farce. If you're wanting the economic benefit, yes, you will get it, but I think it's going to be at the cost of public health. So let's look at these products and figure out a way to regulate them if you are going to provide these spaces so folks are consuming in a safe way. Thank you.
Johnny, your microphone's now available. As a reminder, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself. I'm going to move to the next speaker. Mac, your microphone's now available.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Thank you.
Hi. So I just speak my piece. That's
Yes, your comment has begun.
okay. Hi, my name is Mac, and I definitely support the cannabis consumption lounges. I think as a adult who doesn't drink alcohol and doesn't like to be in bar spaces, I'm really excited for a space that I can go where people will be relatively coherent, and it just feels like a safe space that will be created in a town that doesn't have very many options for late night situations. Also, I do see that there will be economic benefits from having consumption lounges in Santa Cruz. It will drive tourism, increase tax revenue, and create jobs. And there's examples in Hollywood where they are creating 5.5 annually in new tax revenue with the consumption lounges. I do know that, I've been to many cannabis stores and there are very strict ID checks. I remember when I first started going, I was like, wow, this is kind of annoying. Just how regulated the cannabis stores are. So I do not fear that there will be an issue with young people getting in easily. Am I still good to go?
Yes, you have approximately 20 seconds.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Yes. And it seems as if the evidence does not support concerns about youth access, DUIs, or public health harms. And as I said, I believe that a regulated cannabis consumption lounge will provide adults with a legal safe space to consume and reduce public use.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to circle back to our two callers that were unable to connect to see if they're able to connect now. Larry, your microphone is now available.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, finally I got connected. Boy, this is a hassle.
2511, 2501 on red. Can you switch to yellow? Command.
Am I able to speak now or what?
Yes, your comment has begun.
Okay, Board of Supervisors, thank you for listening. I was trying to get on here earlier with your ADU conversation. My question is for that newcomer, you're all transplants. I was born and raised here, third generation. You're all transplants, so I don't know what interest you have in our community. Justin Cummings, as a Coastal Commission chairman, you adopted an ordinance banning all legal residences in RVs, trailers, motorhomes, whatever in the county. Do you realize you impacted thousands of people, making them homeless?
That's not
contrary
on the
to what you're
agenda
supposed to
item
be
right
doing.
now. Please speak on the agenda item that's right now.
Okay, on the agenda item right now, I'm too stoned to talk to you. God damn you people. Get the hell out of my town.
Thank you. Thank you.
Johnny, your microphone is now available.
For its regulated legal recreational use. In addition, I'm also a gainfully employed professional in the cannabis industry, which stands as the largest legal cannabis market, not only in the US, but globally. Three major points I'd like to mention in favor of the consumption lounges in the community. One is going to be the boosting the local economy and tourism. Santa Cruz thrives on tourism, and cannabis lounges offer safe, legal, and social space for both locals and visitors to enjoy cannabis responsibly. Just like breweries and wine tasting rooms drive revenue, lounges create jobs, increase tax revenue, and attract cannabis tourism, keeping dollars circulating within our community. With no legal spaces to consume, many residents and visitors are forced to consume in public parks, spaces, even vehicles, creating potential safety concerns. A dedicated lounge ensures safe off-street consumption, prevents DUIs, and provides education on responsible use. Thirdly is the equity and social experience. Not everyone has a private space where they can legally consume. Renters, tourists, those share in shared housing deserve a welcoming place to enjoy cannabis, learn about it. Just like alcohol consumers have bars, lounges foster community, inclusivity, and cannabis education, strengthening Santa Cruz's identity as a progressive and cannabis-friendly city. That's about it. Thank you so much for your time.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board. Just for the record, I was born and raised in Santa Cruz County. Spent many my youth in Santa Cruz as well. Any board members have any comments, questions? Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, before I make my comments and questions, I just want to see if staff could follow up on some of the comments that were made, if there's anything that you have in response to some of the information that came out, the comments that came out of the community.
Is there something specific you want a question? You have a question about?
I just saw you all scribbling away, so I wasn't sure if there was.
We're just taking notes so
Okay.
we understand the concerns that have been raised by the public.
Okay, great. First of all, I want to thank the staff for all their extensive outreach. I mean, I think one thing that we should be aware of is that since this has come to our board, it's been 2 years of ongoing outreach with a variety of members throughout the community. And I know that just from engaging with members in the cannabis community and other members throughout the community, that these conversations have been in progress for a very long time. And I think that what's being proposed here is a pilot, right? I mean, I think that back in the day when legalization was moving forward, there was a lot of, the sky's going to fall if this happens. And what we've seen since then is that has not been the case. And what I can say from experience in this community is that the retailers who exist here are extremely responsible, and they take their businesses and their commitments to ensuring its safety very seriously. And so, I think that we need to continue as we move forward to ensure that the operators are going to operate in a safe way, to ensure that products aren't getting into the hands of children, and that we are operating in a way that's going to be compatible with our community. Because I think to some of the comments that have been made, there have been negative stigmas for a very long time around people who use cannabis. But what we do know is that there are people in this community who use this as medication. I mean, that's how this whole movement started in the first place, was because of the fact that, when cannabis was made illegal initially, it was all about racism. And it was all about arresting Black and brown people and people who were leftists who got into those kinds of substances. And today, and what we've seen over time, is that there's a lot of medicinal benefits from this. And a lot of the research that could have happened in the past has been lost due to illegalization of these types of products. I share the same concerns that have been brought up around trying to reduce access for children.
And I think that one point that was made is that kids can go on Instagram and online and buy a variety of these different kinds of products. And so I think that we need to start thinking about, if we want to protect children in our community, where are they accessing these products the most? And part of that is figuring out how we can reduce the sales and access to children to these products online. There were I want to shift gears a little because I know that there were some attachments with some statistics that I'm really comfortable with, and I kind of read into some of the documents, but then decided to just do some searches on my own. And I just want to highlight a few things because I think there's some of the information can be skewed in a certain way. And I want to make sure that there's also, opportunities for us to hear other forms of information that are out there. The National Institute of Health submitted a report December 17th, 2024. Reported use of most drugs among adolescents remained low in 2024. I'm just going to read a little bit of this because I know there's other items we need to consider. But after declining significantly during the COVID-19 pandemic, substance use among adolescents has continued to hold steady at lowered levels for the fourth year in a row, according to the latest results from the Monitoring of the Future survey, which is funded by the National Institute of Health. These recent data continue to document stable and declining trends in the use of most drugs among young people. And there's a quote from one of the doctors: "This trend in the reduction of substance use among teenagers is unprecedented," said Nora D. Balcal, MD, Director of National Institute of Health's National Institute on Drug Abuse. "We must continue to investigate factors that have contributed to this lowered risk of substance abuse to tailor interventions to support the continuation of this trend." And one of the things to highlight that was also in that report is that the number one substance that's used among youth is alcohol. And we continue to proliferate breweries and wineries and bars throughout our communities. And that is the number one substance that youth are getting into. And again, I've said this at other meetings when this has come up. You can walk into a kid can walk into a gas station and immediately have access to alcohol in terms of their ability to just open up one of the fridges, take a bottle of alcohol out and run out the door if they really wanted to. To get into a dispensary, you have to go through such a line of defense there that it is extremely difficult for kids to even get inside a dispensary to get access to these kinds of products. So I think that's something worth keeping in mind as well. Another study that was done, California Youth Cannabis Use 2013 to 2019, what it shows and what this highlighted too was that when we look at cannabis use across the United States, it is lowest in the state of California amongst youth. So in a state where cannabis has been, medical cannabis has been an option for a very long time, we have a lower cannabis use among youth when compared to the other states throughout the country. And, finally, we're going to talk about it in another presentation, but what we've seen here locally even is that cannabis use among youth has been declining over time. And I think that really is testament to the amazing work that our county staff does around education. And I see this opportunity to have these lounges as another way of providing educational opportunities because of the fact that, to the credit and to some of the information that's been provided, we are seeing products that have higher levels of cannabis. We are seeing products that some people have never seen before in terms of tinctures and different types of edibles. And these types of lounges will allow people the opportunity to kind of learn in the presence of someone who's educated and professional in this field, like what they're getting themselves into. They can help them, walk them through the process of consuming these products in a way that they're not over consuming them. And so I see that educational aspect as well. And then I just want to make one point because I know that there was some study that showed like a 400% increase in DUIs after the passage of after legalization in Canada. I had some questions around that because it was percentages and not raw numbers. But when looking here locally at California, there was the California Department of Motor Vehicles 2022 annual report of the California DUI Management Information System. And what they showed in that report is that if you looked at, and they had DUIs going back from 2010 to 2020. And what you see is that in terms of DUI arrests back in 2010, we were at 195,879 DUI arrests in the state of California. In 2020, 95,957. And that trend continued to decrease and is continuing to decrease over time. And even and you see 2016, when the legalization occurred, there was a tiny little blip up and then it just continued to go back down. And I think effective education is what's going to help us continue down that trend. And when we talk about Santa Cruz within that same report, they did show numbers for Santa Cruz County, 2018, 1,508 arrests for DUIs, 2020, 1,288, which is a 20% reduction over that 2-year period. And so I think it's important that as we're moving forward, I mean, I think staff's done a great job of doing outreach, getting this information, and we should provide an opportunity to move forward and to continue to track this data over time to see, is this something that's compatible with our community? How can we make it work, working with the industry? Because there's been a lot of tax dollars that have gone towards bringing this item to us today. There's been a lot of outreach done, and I think, and I'm going to be supportive, and I'm actually happy to make the motion when the time comes to move forward with this ordinance. And I will also say that when this first came to us, I was a little skeptical on how it was brought forward. And I want to thank the board and our staff for actually going out and doing the outreach, which I thought was really critical. And what before us today, I think really reflects what the community sees as a path forward. So I have to make the motion when the time comes, but thank you very much.
Duly noted. Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. So just for total transparency, when I was 3 years old, my father was killed in a car crash that was alcohol related, leaving my mother pregnant and me as a 3-year-old, thrusting us immediately into poverty and making our lives much, much harder than they needed to be. I had no medical insurance. I didn't until sometime in my late 20s when I got my first job. My main concern here is people on the road that are under the influence. The 2 areas in my district that could potentially have a lounge dump right out onto SoCal Drive, one of them very close to the junior high. There's no bike lanes in that area. There are a lot of kids on bikes. There's a lot of people trying to get up and down that corridor, and it's very, very dangerous. So to have people going into a lounge, getting high, and then trying to get out onto SoCal Drive is not a good idea. And my constituents don't like this idea, and I cannot support this today. Thank you.
Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you for the presentation. I recognize that I'm joining this board after years of work has gone into developing local cannabis policy that's really focused on balancing both the economic and community benefit. And while the train left the station years ago, this does not need to be a runaway train. At every stop along the way, it's the job of the board to pause, evaluate the information before us, and then make reasoned decisions on behalf of the community. So the only districts that have cannabis distributors or cannabis retailers are D1, D2, and D5. Since there are 2 retailers in my district and 5 retailers in District 2, and both Supervisor DeSerpa and I are new to the board, I hope that you'll give us an opportunity to have our questions answered and our voices heard on this important issue that impacts our residents before coming to a decision. Based on the testimony today, which included our county superintendent, who had a letter signed by every single superintendent in the district stating his opposition, and the report from the Health Services Agency, which we're going to hear from later, which I'm looking forward to that report. Actually, for the record, I had hoped we'd have a chance to hear that report before making these decisions about further ordinances, because it's just a part of the greater conversation. I'm really having some concerns about the proposal that's in front of us. Regardless, the letter and the report is about youth access. And I'll acknowledge that the ordinance in front of us is not about youth, but it is about public safety. And my main priority today is about the safety of the thousands of families and people who drive throughout this county every single day, including those along the Highway 9 corridor, those like my own family, because one of these dispensaries is located between my home and my kids' school, which means I drive by it multiple times a day. The proposed ordinance will put more impaired drivers on our roadways, which puts all of us at risk. In my district, these two dispensaries, they're on our main highway, Highway 9, a windy road. I don't think we need to encourage tourism and visitors to come onto our mountain roads to become impaired and then get back on our mountain roads in their vehicles or their motorcycles and drive along our highways. And so I want to start by thanking Lieutenant Bowles and Captain Garner for being here today. I do have a follow-up question for one of you if you're still in the audience somewhere. I think you might be there. He's right. If you don't mind coming up, I would thank you for being here. And both of you are under 2-minute limit, so I think you went very quickly, but I would like to hear a little bit about the distinction between identifying impaired drivers who are under the influence of alcohol versus marijuana, and what options are available to law enforcement or what challenges exist in that testing.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to explain. So first and foremost, it takes a drug recognition expert, which requires, I believe, 4 additional weeks of specific certified in training and in-field certification. And basically, in order to establish PC to arrest on a DUI for marijuana, we have to diagnose how the driving ability was impacted specifically by the marijuana. Whereas with alcohol-related investigations, they're set standards. We know that your body's impacted certain ways through alcohol. We know that the test to establish those impairments, and we know the legal limit. And if you're over that, we know that you're not legally safe to drive. That doesn't exist for marijuana. And so it'd be kind of nice if a lot of that funding that we're talking about would go towards establishing that criteria to help public safety in that measure. We obviously want everybody to be safe. And something that is personal to me is, as a 27-year first responder, I've given death notifications to families multiple times from alcohol-related collisions or marijuana-related collisions. It's not something I ever want to do again. So I just think it's premature to approve it under the circumstances that we just don't have the ability to enforce it. It's very difficult. Another challenge for us is staffing. Everybody's having kind of a staffing crisis. So in my department, I have 1 certified DRE, drug recognition expert. He doesn't work 24/7. He's on vacations, he's on holidays, and he, typically works a graveyard shift. And so if we have an investigation outside of the time he's working, we have to call him in while we're under the time constraints of legal detentions. Also, if he's not available, we have to call mutual aid from allied agencies. So it's a huge cost and staffing issue for us. That answer everything?
That's really helpful. Thank you for being here. And was there anything you wanted to add, Lieutenant Bowles, to that point?
I'll be happy to answer any more questions. But again, just the resources that we have available. Again, CHP resources we have 5 drug recognition experts. It's a professional standard that's difficult to keep up, and it really taxes our officers. And to get successful prosecution in this county and most counties in California require the testimony and the drug recognition expert to provide a test, which takes about an hour on top of a normal DUI evaluation. So it's resources and it's all those things.
Thank you for that. Thank you both for being here. That kind of tees up my next question, and this is actually for members of the board. Because just so everybody knows, to adhere to the Brown Act, I'm not able to speak to my fellow board members until we're up here, which is why I'm asking this question now. And so I wanted to see, given that we just heard from a captain from the city of Scotts Valley that there's resource challenges with enforcement, if either representatives from D4 or D3 had a chance to speak with representatives from the city of Santa Cruz or the city of Watsonville regarding this proposal. And that's because I did that with the city in my jurisdiction. I did speak with Mayor Tim, who opposes this recommendation, as well as the City of Scotts Valley Police Department. Have you either of you heard from the cities in your districts about this proposal?
There'll be none in the city of Watsonville. The sheriff said no comment on it.
I mean, to clarify, I guess the question is, we know that people will get in their car and drive from the dispensary or from the consumption lounge throughout the county, right? Like, they'll drive coming from over the hill, they'll drive from SLV through the city of Scotts Valley onto 17. So I guess that was the impact that I was asking about.
Well, I'll just say that in general, one of the things in my experience is that board members aren't supposed to tell cities what to do, and city council members aren't supposed to tell the board what to do. And so in that regard, I mean, we are making a decision about something that's occurring in the unincorporated area of Santa Cruz. And so that's what our focus has been in terms of the direction we provided and how we've been engaging with staff. I will say that, I guess the big thing for me is that, legalization has happened. And I think what we're trying to do is to try to create spaces and educate people on the ways that they can consume these products in a way that's safe. Part of that being that they don't get behind the cars and drive. And, again, I'll point to the fact that we don't have these conversations around alcohol at all. And meanwhile, we continue to see the proliferation of alcohol throughout our community. So I guess if that's to answer your question, I've been really focused on the meeting with the businesses, meeting with people who have concerns. And to be quite frank, I mean, over the 2 years that we've been having these conversations, we have not been hearing a bunch of pushback from folks, whether it's the city council or otherwise, or a lot of people in the community. It wasn't until very recently that we started hearing these complaints. And so, I'm going based on my experience, the outreach that's been done by the county staff, because again, when this first came to our attention, one of the things that I required was that we go do outreach to understand how the community felt. There were people in the audience at that time who hadn't heard about this. The county staff went out and did their due diligence. They did their work. They brought it back to the staff, or brought it back to the board. And decreasingly over time, we heard less and less and less concerns with this. And so that's what's really driving my decisions here today, is the work that the county staff has been doing and conducting over the past 2 years.
And I think a lot of the concerns that have been brought up have been discussed since pre-pandemic with the C4 committee. And I think there's been mutual agreement with the nonprofit partners on the framework of this.
Okay, so it sounds like the city of Watsonville and the city of Santa Cruz haven't had a chance to weigh in or share if they support this ordinance, is what I'm hearing. And then I think this last one is just to clarify. I heard Supervisor Cummings say that this is a pilot project, but I didn't see that this was a pilot project in the proposal, which is correct.
The pilot project is for the retail farm program. This is not a pilot project.
Okay, so given that there's no pilot associated with this from the Cannabis Licensing Office, what is your plan to review, to report back on changes in traffic incidents, drug-related DUIs, or anything else related in the vicinity of these sites?
I want to clarify the pilot project associated with this. The board did not proceed with making it a pilot project. This was not a staff decision. That was board direction.
Right. That was my understanding from the last meeting in January. So since this is a full-blown ordinance that's, could potentially go into code permanently, is there a opportunity to review in any short period of time the outcome of the impact?
So we always report to the board twice a year. It's required of us. If the board chooses for us to report more frequently, they can direct us to do so.
Thanks. That concludes my questions, Chair.
Supervisor Koenig.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. We've heard quite a bit of testimony from everyone today. I thank everyone for coming out to speak. So I'll keep my comments relatively brief. I am supportive of the ordinance today for a few reasons. First of all, to me, this is about creating a viable legal framework for cannabis. We've heard consistently from dispensary owners that they're being outcompeted by the black market, which typically involves someone driving to someone's house, sharing cannabis together, and someone leaving that situation high. I also find it like this idea that all of a sudden there's going to be all these high people driving around that there haven't been before, sort of laughable. There's no legal place for tourists to consume cannabis in our community. How do you think they're getting to the dispensaries? They're driving. Then they're either probably going to a parking lot nearby or to the beach or to the redwoods and lighting up there. And so if anything, I think having a designated place where people could consume is going to bring more awareness about the fact that maybe they should take an Uber to the dispensary or to the cannabis lounge. Maybe they should ask a friend to pick them up or drive them. And for me, more than anything, some of the data that suggests this might be the case is in the health report. It's about the Santa Cruz County student marijuana usage. And we've actually seen a consistent decline, almost 20% in the last 16 years among ninth graders, even despite legalization. In fact, that had no measurable impact whatsoever. And that's because our community already has, cannabis is already prevalent in our community. And so again, this is about creating a viable legal framework where there'll be more opportunities for productive social interaction, for education, for monitoring, for messaging, for dosage. And we've, a member of the public challenged us how we could consider this, health in all policies. I think that's exactly it. That we have a viable legal framework where we can actually get this messaging out and where we can actually help monitor people and say, you know what, maybe you should hang out in this lounge for another hour. You look a little debilitated. No one's going to do that when someone's getting high on the beach. So, again, I think that for all those reasons, this is a good thing to move forward with, and will help Santa Cruz to share what's unique about this place. And I'm supportive of the actions. I'd also be happy to motion that we include in the regular updates from the Cannabis Licensing Office some information about whether we've seen any increase in cannabis rate related DUIs or other potential negative impacts from this policy. That's it.
Additional comment?
It just reminded me through Supervisor Martinez's question about has this been brought to the city before? And I'll say that back when I was on the city council, yes, we did start having those conversations, and we were starting to move forward with exploring on-site consumption lounges in the city of Santa Cruz, and then the pandemic hit. And so then we had to stop. We were pretty much then just reverting back to essential services. And by the time there was an opportunity to have that conversation open again, my time on the city council was over. I joined the Board of Supervisors, and Supervisors Koenig and Hernandez had brought this forward, which allowed me to explore. But to your point, yes, we had started having those conversations with the city of Santa Cruz when I was on the city council as a city council member. And so, and I don't know, Felipe, if you want to make your comments now, if I should make the motion, then you can make your final comments.
That'll work.
I'll move the staff recommendations for this item with the friendly amendments made by Supervisor Koenig to bring back information during our updates on cannabis DUI related offenses.
Second.
Would you consider a friendly amendment? A friendly amendment to provide additional direction to the CAO to share the health impact policy statement included in this item with the 4 incorporated cities and the County Office of Education to ensure that they're aware of these ordinance changes?
I'm not okay with that because having reviewed it, I think that information is skewed in some ways. I think that if we were going to do that, I would want to have a longer opportunity and for staff to review that and provide their input on that report, because I did hear some concerns. I read through some of the reports. I had some concerns in terms of how the data had been used. There were some misreferences, and so I'm not supportive of that at this time.
I believe we can't send a document to another city when we haven't even approved it yet or hasn't been before us yet. So maybe you can make that amendment after the item. So we have a motion and second. I'm still in the belief that legal and safe access detours from the black market. And the black market is where the majority of youth are getting their cannabis. There was a report over in PBUSD that said that almost 80% of kids can access cannabis on campus on that same day. And that's obviously not a dispensary, right? And when this all began, I think that for me, it was just the amount of black and brown people being disproportionately incarcerated. And, the number of people that have been, have had any kind of run-ins with the law is probably similar, or if not more, but the amount of disproportionate arrests have been within the black and brown community. So that's why I wanted to move forward with normalizing and moving forward with just safe access to cannabis. And furthermore, I think ever since 2016, I believe, I don't know if someone can correct me, both the city of Watsonville changed their policies and the 4C committee started, where they addressed a lot of these concerns that are being raised now. It wasn't just a 1-month program. It went well after the pandemic, the C4 committee meeting regularly to address these concerns. So I think, like I said before, the framework for safe, regulated access has been discussed numerous times. Initially, even when Justin brought up the town halls, I was like, oh, we've vetted this, we've beat this dead horse to death already. But I agreed to it to have further discussions. And I attended 2 of the meetings, and we didn't get the concern that we're getting at the board today at those public meetings. So I'll be in favor of it too. And we do have a motion and a second.
Before roll call, I have one comment.
Go ahead.
Thank you for your comments. It sounds like I'm going to be in a minority on this vote, but I want to state some of the reasons that I oppose this. Before I do that, I am going to share that I want to thank the Health Services Agency for the informed report that you put in this packet, and my office will be sending it to those who I recommend because we trust you as our health agency of the county to be leaders in data and research. And so I feel full confidence in the report that was developed. So I'm not going to be supporting this because, one, as a mom, it doesn't make sense, just doesn't make common sense to invite people onto the roads that I traffic every day with my kids to get impaired and to get back on those roads. Number two, we know that people are going to be consuming cannabis in these lounges and then using our county roads to get into the city roads and, to move on throughout the county. And the fact that we haven't reached out and heard from our local cities about the resources it will take for them to enforce this or any concerns they have causes me deep concerns. And 3, we heard from our law enforcement leaders that the technology does not exist to test impairment like it does with alcohol. And so for those reasons, I'm not able to support that today.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
No.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
No.
Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes with 2 dissenting votes from Supervisor Martinez and Supervisor DeSerpa.
Chair, we do have a time certain presentation at 1:30, and we do have closed session as well. So I recommend you break for closed session and then come back at 1:30.
We will do that. So we're going to take a short break for closed session, and so we can read our scheduled item for 1:30. So we'll be back at 1:30.
Recording stopped.
Well, now We'll now convene the scheduled item for 1:30. Our next agenda item is item number 12, presentation on the 2024 Employee Recognition Awards. I'll turn it over to our CEO, Carlos Palacios, for the presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez, members of the Board of Supervisors. This is the 2024 Employee Recognition Awards. Each year, the Board of Supervisors presents these awards to recognize and show appreciation to their employees for their outstanding accomplishments while working with the county. The board recognizes employees in the following areas. Number one, an employee or group of employees who solved an extraordinary problem for the county and or demonstrated an outstanding accomplishment that furthered the county's goals. Two, an employee or group of employees who found an opportunity for improvement and implemented an innovative idea. Or three, an employee who has demonstrated outstanding effort and service in the past year. Each board member will present proclamations to award recipients in the following categories: general government, health services, human services, justice and public safety, and land use regulation. Board members will come down from the dais and stand at the microphone to announce the award recipients. As employees hear their names or the name of their team announced, they should come up to the dais. At the conclusion of the proclamation presentation, a reception will be held adjacent to the board chambers. Everyone is invited to stay through the entirety of the presentation of the proclamations and join us in the reception. We're going to go ahead and begin the awards ceremony with Supervisor Cummings presenting for the Justice and Public Safety category.
There we go. Even better. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Supervisor Justin Cummings, and the first person we want to honor today is Myrna Guerrero. First award winner in the category, who's the first award winner in this category. Established as a county agency in July 2022, the Public Defender's Office initially lacked structure, administrative workflows for budget management, bill payment, and personnel processes, operating for much of its year without an administrative service manager to oversee these critical functions. In summer of 2023, Myrna joined PDO as its administrative services manager amid significant administrative challenges, immediately stepping into problem-solving mode to address urgent financial and operational needs. Myrna quickly trained a team of new administrative professionals, documenting bill payments, personal workflows to stabilize operations and prevent future disruptions. She also developed and streamlined PDO's hiring and promotion process, ensuring employees were onboarded, evaluated, and promoted efficiently, contributing to the hiring of nearly 1/3 of the Public Defender's Office current staff within a year. Myrna worked closely with county leadership to master the complexities of the county budget process, dedicating long hours to successfully guiding PDO's executive team through the 23-24 fiscal year budget cycle. Through Myrna's leadership, PDO completed its first independently proposed budget in the agency's history, marking a milestone in the department's development and financial stability. Myrna Guerrero has exemplified positivity, tenacity, creativity, calm determination, and resilience, making her an invaluable leader in PDO's growth and success. Thank you, Myrna, for your dedication and contributions to the Public Defender's Office, and congratulations on this award.
So Myrna, unfortunately, is not feeling super well today. I'm Heather Rogers. I'm the public defender, and I have the honor of working with Myrna. She had a few words. I want to thank everyone who played a part in nominating me for this award. Your recognition means so much to me, and I'm truly grateful to be seen and appreciated. I genuinely love the work I do, and it's an honor to be a part of this hardworking and dedicated team. The impact we make together is a testament to the collaboration and commitment of everyone involved. Managing admin operations in a department is no small task, but having an incredible admin team and the support of colleagues both within and beyond our department makes it the more rewarding. I'm deeply appreciative of each of you and the role you play in our shared success. Thank you for this recognition. It means a lot to me. Myrna.
All right, our next awardee is Detective Emma Ramponi. In spring of 2023, Detective Ramponi was tasked with investigating a series of burglaries that occurred at drying facilities for marijuana companies earlier that year. The burglaries were committed by a large group of individuals who stole vast amounts of product while recklessly endangering others. Detective Ramponi thoroughly reviewed reports and hours of video surveillance and conducted interviews, ultimately identifying a key suspect using a parole ankle monitor database, which led to an arrest warrant and the seizure of critical evidence from the suspect's phone. The evidence revealed multiple other suspects, all of whom had no prior ties to Santa Cruz County, prompting Detective Ramponi to collaborate with law enforcement agencies statewide. Through continued investigation and intelligence sharing, Detective Ramponi determined that this burglary group was responsible for 14 marijuana-related burglaries across Santa Cruz County, including in the cities of Santa Cruz and Watsonville. Her coordination with the Department of Justice and Oakland Police Department led to Operation Sticky Fingers in July of 2024, involving over 100 officers and resulting in the arrest of 22 suspects for felony charges related to marijuana burglaries, as well as the seizure of firearms and hard drugs. Detective Ramponi was credited for her leadership in the operation, as her investigation was the catalyst for its success, demonstrating her commitment to public safety. Despite the demands of this extensive investigation, Detective Ramponi managed her regular caseload and assisted other detectives, showcasing exceptional dedication and time management. Her tireless effort has significantly enhanced the safety of Santa Cruz County and other California communities, making her truly deserving of this recognition for going far and beyond the expected in her work. Thank you to Detective Ramponi for your exceptional investigative work, dedication, and outstanding contributions to public safety. Okay, so our last award in the category of justice and public safety is being given to the District Attorney Computer Forensics Unit. The District Attorney Computer Forensics Unit, comprised of Inspector Jalen Harris, Criminalist 2 Jennifer Bachman, and Investigative Aide Jennifer Ayala, serves as the leading digital forensic resource for all allied law enforcement agencies and justice partners in Santa Cruz County, providing expertise in the acquisition, analysis, and interpretation of digital evidence. Their work plays a critical role in law enforcement investigations and criminal prosecutions by recovering and analyzing digital evidence from computers, mobile devices, and other electronic sources with precision and integrity. They ensure that digital forensics evidence is lawfully and ethically obtained, accurately analyzed, and clearly translated into information that supports just and ethical prosecutions. Managing complex amounts of digital data, the unit effectively organizes and presents critical forensic evidence in court, supporting the prosecution of criminal cases while also contributing to investigations ranging from crimes against children to high-profile criminal incidents. Additionally, the unit has provided life-saving geolocation data to search and rescue teams, aiding in time-sensitive operations and reinforcing public safety efforts. Remaining at the forefront of emerging forensic methodologies and technical advancements, the unit continuously evaluates and refines their processes to stay ahead of the rapidly evolving digital landscape. The unit also provides essential training and consultation to county law enforcement agencies, equipping officers and investigators with the knowledge and skills needed to properly preserve and handle digital data. I want to thank the District Attorney Computer Forensics Unit for their invaluable contributions to the justice system and our community. Congratulations to you all. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Martinez.
Good afternoon. What a wonderful and joyous event. So our first honoree in this category of general government is the One Meeting Agenda Management System Implementation Team. This team is comprised of Chief Deputy Clerk of the Board, Juliet Rosato, Senior Departmental Administrative Analyst, Elizabeth Padilla, and Departmental Administrative Analyst, Lisa Ledwith. You're welcome to come on up here while I talk about you. In the County Administrative Office, the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors is responsible for facilitating public meetings, including the creation of agendas and minutes, which are managed through an agenda management system used by approximately 20 departments and several hundred county staff. The previous agenda management system was implemented in 2016, and after more than 8 years of use, the county outgrew the system, which often had issues with templates and workflows and produced errors when agendas were published, requiring staff several hours to fix numerous formatting glitches. System support was limited and scheduled to terminate in September 2025, necessitating the search for a new solution. In January 2023, a request for proposals for a new agenda management system was released, and the One Meeting Agenda Management System was unanimously selected in June 2023. Over the past year, the implementation team has dedicated countless hours to completing system discovery, design, development, testing, and training to ensure a smooth transition. Every aspect of the previous system had to be configured for the new One Meeting system, requiring significant time and effort from the members of the team. The team also provided extensive training opportunities to One Meeting users. Please hold. Including drop-in support sessions, tailored training sessions for large departments, and monthly meetings for all users. The implementation of the One Meeting system is an outstanding example of teamwork, dedication, patience, and service excellence. And this team deserves to be recognized for their commitment and dedication to this project. As somebody using the new system, I'm very appreciative of all your work. Thank you for everything you've given to this project. Congratulations.
Oh boy, just a couple people. Just a few people. I wanted to recognize Alan Plickenik from the Information Services Department. He was absolutely critical and crucial in making sure that the system actually does what we want it to do. Maitreya Maziar is also in the Information Services Department, who makes sure that all of the videos, all of the streaming, all of the cameras, and our community television partners to make sure that everybody can access the meetings we use this system for. And then also our department AMS coordinators. We had a member of our team in every single department making sure that their users knew what they needed to know for the system. So thank you all. It was truly a team effort.
The next award in the general government category is being given to Marilise House. Are you here? Come on up. Where are you? Okay, well, I'm going to keep reading. Marilise is a buyer in the General Services Department, GSD, and she is receiving this award for her innovative approach of quick tips guides, which are concise and easy to understand resources for departmental purchasing staff, providing helpful tips and steps for commonly asked procedural problems. These quick tip guides have become so successful that requests are now coming in from purchasing users asking for them in other specific areas of concern. Prior to the introduction of quick tips guides for departmental purchasing staff, Marilise implemented department internal procedures within the GSD administration group to establish standardized written guidelines for internal processes. These procedures provide detailed step-by-step instructions for administrative and GSD staff, ensuring clarity and consistency in executing tasks, and helping to alleviate frustration and enhance efficiency, particularly for new team members navigating complex workflows. With the proven success of departmental DIPS is what we call them for short. So with the proven success of DIPS, GSD is now expanding their implementation across all divisions to further standardize key procedures and ensure uniform application of recent process changes. The learning tools that Marilise has created enhance operational consistency, improve training resources, and help to foster a more effective and well-informed workforce. Thank you, Marilise, for your contribution in strengthening and improving the operational efficiency of the General Services Department. Congratulations. Thank you for all you do. All right, and for a project near and dear to my heart, the Big Basin Water Rescue and Recovery Team. Our last award in the category of general government is being given to the Big Basin Water Rescue and Recovery Team. Come on up. The Big Basin, yes. The Big Basin Water Rescue and Recovery Team is comprised of 5th District Supervisor Analyst J.M. Brown, Director of the Office of Response, Recovery, and Resilience, David Reed, Water Resources Program Manager, Sierra Ryan, County Public Information Officer, Jason Hoppin, Senior Civic Engineer, Beatrice Barranco, Treatment Plant Operator, Isaac Bajorquez, Assistant Departmental Analyst, Renee Inlow, Engineering Associate, Renee Hernandez, Assistant County Counsel, Justin Graham, and Assistant County Counsel, Michael DeSchmidt. And I'm also going to recognize former Supervisor McPherson in the audience, who was a big part of this as well. Prior to the CZU Lightning Complex fire in August 2020, the privately owned Big Basin Water Company struggled to serve its 600 plus rural connections, including more than 1,000 Boulder Creek residents, as the company frequently incurred water outages, lacked communication with customers, and had poor response to state regulators. Most of the company's infrastructure was damaged or destroyed during the CZU fire, leaving homeowners whose homes survived the fire with irregular, unsanitary, or no drinking water service, leading many residents to turn to assistance, despite the fact that the county had no jurisdiction over the company. Former 5th District Supervisor Bruce McPherson's office organized a multi-departmental team, starting with the OR3 and the Water Resource Division, to identify partners at the state level who could exercise their regulatory authority to stabilize the crisis. County and state partners met on a regular basis, which contributed to 2 lawsuits being filed by state agencies against Big Basin Water Company in 2023, seeking the appointment of a court receiver to take possession of the company and stabilize it. Supervisor McPherson's office committed 5th District discretionary funds towards the effort to prevent a public health emergency among Big Basin water customers, and coordination began between the receiver and the county, including the OR3, the Water Division, and the Community Development and Infrastructure Department and County Council. The county successfully applied for a State Department of Water Resources grant to keep the system functioning, and at the end of 2024, the drinking water operation was stabilized, and the ownership transition process for the wastewater treatment plant was almost complete. I want to honor this team for their contribution to, there we go again, to the stabilization of the Big Basin water system, and thank them for the enormous impact they have made on the county and the residents of the San Lorenzo Valley and District 5. Congratulations and thank you. You guys are fun. A little more. Thank you. Michael, you, Renee, you, Renee. Thank you, and Sierra. All right, congratulations.
Next, we have Supervisor DeSerpa.
Hi, everybody. I'm sorry for the mask. I was in DC last weekend and must have caught something when I was out there and at the conference. So I'm going to keep my mask on if that's okay. And I'm really sorry. I'm smiling from ear to ear underneath. And I have 6 pages to read. So hopefully I won't hyperventilate here. The number one is the group to recognize today is the CARE Act Implementation Team, Behavioral Health Care Team. What? The first award category is of health is the CARE Act Implementation Team and the Behavioral Health Care Team, comprised of Behavioral Health Deputy Director Karen Kern, Behavioral Health Program Manager Brenda Campbell, Behavioral Health Program Coordinator Clayton Conrad, Health Services Agency Communications Officer Sandra Hughes, Director of Holistic Defense Caitlin Becker, Director of Holistic, no, I already said that. No, Director of Holistic Defense Principal Administrative Analyst Sven Stafford, Cannabis Licensing Manager Sam Laforte, and Assistant County Counsel Katie Walker. Is everybody up here? Senate Bill 1338 established the Community Assistance Recovery and Empowerment, the CARE Act, to provide community-based behavioral health services and support to Californians living with untreated schizophrenia, spectrum, or other psychotic disorders who meet specific criteria with the goal of preventing hospitalization, incarceration, or conservatorship. The CARE Act is based on evidence which demonstrates that many people can stabilize, begin healing, and exit homelessness in a less restrictive community-based care setting. And to achieve those results, the CARE Act places individuals on court-ordered care plan for up to 12 months with the possibility of a 12-month extension. The county established a CARE Act working group in December 2022, bringing together representatives from behavioral health, county council, the public defender, superior court, probation, law enforcement, hospitals, and advocacy groups, with facilitation by the county administrative office. In the summer of 2023, the working group formed an implementation team to map processes for each stakeholder, validate workflows, and develop a comprehensive plan for CARE Act compliance. The team developed a CARE Act budget, integrated it into the 2024-25 supplemental budget, and gained valuable insights from pilot counties through presentations and court observations. From fall 23 to fall 24, the team conducted extensive outreach, presenting to community groups, government bodies, and stakeholders, while also establishing a CARE Act webpage and providing training sessions for external partners, including law enforcement and emergency responders. The CARE Court program successfully launched on December 1st, 2024, with the first petition received in the program's first week and the first court proceeding held the following week. The CARE Act implementation team and the behavioral health care team showcased exemplary teamwork, innovation, and dedication as they addressed a critical state mandate with significant implications for public health, safety, and community well-being. And I would also add, and the well-being of the person you're serving. Today, we honor these teams for their contribution to the CARE Court project and thank them immensely for their dedication to the support of our community members. Congratulations.
Hi, everybody. I'm Karen Kern. I'm with Behavioral Health. And I just wanted to take a minute that the rules of this award are such that certain people aren't able to be nominated, but this team is actually bigger than the people here. Ruby Marquez is part of the team. Heather Rogers, who was here, I think she might have left, but okay. Athena Reese, who is here for Caitlin Becker, but was also part of the team. Megan Maravich, who's also with County Council, and then we had Sasha Morgan and Florence Patton with Superior Court. So it really took a village to lift this amazingly complicated piece of legislation, very detailed. And also, I just wanted to say thank you to Sven and the CAO's office, because Sven is an excellent cat herder. Without his support, we never would have made it this far. So thank you. Thanks, Carol.
Thank you, everybody. That's such an important program. I really appreciate everyone's contributions. Next up, we have Kayla Gray. Is Kayla here? Hi, Kayla. So the second award in the category of health services is being given to Kayla Gray. In September 23, the Health Services Agency Behavioral Health Division identified a critical need to update its policies and procedures after emergency operations during the CZU fire. Staff turnover and leadership changes led to disorganized and improperly managed medical records, including abrupt file relocations and the loss of institutional knowledge regarding retention and destruction protocols. Kayla Gray, a program coordinator in behavioral health, took the lead on the extensive project to inventory, organize, and transfer over 1,200 boxes of records to an offsite storage facility while simultaneously updating workflows, policies, and staff training. Though initially planned as a 90-day effort, the project extended to a full year due to the sheer volume of unorganized files, missing labels, and outdated processes. Kayla meticulously reviewed, logged each box of records, often recreating missing lists, reconciling contents with retention protocols, and organized and relabeled all records to meet regulatory requirements, ensuring compliance with state and federal standards. Kayla facilitated the proper destruction of records no longer required, enhancing efficiency, regulatory adherence, and developed updated policies, workflows, and comprehensive training program to ensure future compliance and sustainability of records management practices. Kayla also engaged and secured a contract with an offsite storage vendor, ensuring long-term organization and security of medical records, and she successfully oversaw the first implementation of a new system, including staff training, transition processes, ensuring a seamless adoption across the division. Kayla's exceptional efforts have transformed the Behavioral Health Division's record management system, ensuring compliance, efficiency, and sustainability for the future. Thank you, Kayla, for the incredible commitment and hard work that you demonstrated during this project, and congratulations on this well-deserved award. And finally, out of breath. Can you guys hear me huffing and puffing? The Communicable Disease Unit. Woo! So these are this is one of my favorite units because I've had to interact with them multiple times over the course of my career, unfortunately. So these are comprised of senior public health investigators Veronica Nolasco and Jeff DeAndrea. If you guys would come up. Oh yeah, everyone's here. Public health nurse twos, Courtney Talon, Lauren Trenchita, Diane Thomas, Karina Linzer, and Deanna Mercado, and Connie Wainwright. Public health nurse threes, Viviana Ortiz, Amy Meza, Aaron Van Dale, administrative aide Ivan Avalos, office assistant 3 Viviana Ortiz, and program coordinator Fernando, I don't know how to say your last name, Ariza? Did I say it kind of? Ariza. In early 2024, the Communicable Disease Unit within the Public Health Division demonstrated exceptional leadership and coordination in addressing 2 simultaneous public health outbreaks. Can you guess what they are? Shigella and syphilis. That primarily impacted individuals experiencing homelessness. The Communicable Disease Unit identified a Shigella outbreak in February 24 through proactive investigation of individual cases, enabling swift recognition of the outbreak's rapid spread. And it was this early recognition of the outbreak that facilitated the prompt implementation of critical control measures supported by partners such as the health centers, environmental health, and emergency preparedness teams. Collaborative efforts ensured that the sanitation guidance and resources were distributed across high-risk settings, including homeless shelters, encampments, contributing to the containment of the Shigella outbreak. And at the same time, the Communicable Disease Unit grew suspicious of a potential syphilis outbreak in South County area, and recognizing the potential severity of untreated syphilis, the Communicable Disease Unit mobilized resources with assistance from partners such as HPHP, Salud para la Gente, Housing for Health, County Syringe Services, the unit in collaboration with local EMS, fire departments, and law enforcement from the cities of Santa Cruz, Capitola, Scotts Valley, and Watsonville carried out field-based outreach, education, and testing efforts to combat the syphilis outbreak. And these combined efforts reached 141 individuals, testing 127 of them, and identified and treated 28 cases through rapid testing and immediate treatment. Thank you. Because of your effort, we made significant strides in reducing the spread of syphilis in our community. Both outbreaks unfolded during a period when the county was also grappling with a surge in COVID-19 outbreaks in congregate settings, such as homeless shelters, and the CD unit's ability to manage these concurrent public health threats while maintaining a focus on other critical investigations was remarkable. It was a remarkable achievement, absolutely. I want to commend and thank the exceptional leadership, teamwork, and contributions of the Communicable Disease Unit for their outstanding effort in addressing these outbreaks. Congratulations to you all. Who's Amy made that?
I'm ready. I was ready to go.
I'll keep it really quick. I'm Amy Mace. I'm one of the supervising public health nurses with the unit. And I agree that this group of people is really an elite and stellar work group. And they do amazing work every day. And just like a lot of what happens in public health, when we're all doing our jobs, nobody knows that we're there. But last year, when we were able to help mitigate those two outbreaks mentioned, the only way that we could really make a difference was with the collaboration of all the other county departments that the supervisor mentioned and all of our community partners. And so I just want to recognize all those other folks and to mention that that's true with all public health initiatives. The only way that we can really have an impact is if it's a cooperative process within the community. So please remember that. And we just want to thank the community every day for helping us do our jobs. Thank you.
Taking a picture of them.
Next, we have Supervisor Koenig.
Yeah. Every day.
All right. I will be presenting awards in the fabulous category of land use and regulatory. The first employee recognition award in the category is given to Kelly Rogers. Kelly, are you here? Come on up. Kelly has served as aquatics coordinator since the summer of 2023 and stepped up as interim aquatics supervisor between February and June of 2024, demonstrating exceptional leadership and commitment. Kelly spearheaded the launch of a brand new winter junior guard clinic in late 24, providing young swimmers with opportunities to build confidence and critical water skills, ensuring the long-term growth of the junior guard pipeline. Under Kelly's leadership, The swim lesson program has flourished through diligent staff recruitment, training, and scheduling, offering hundreds of lessons that have equipped community members with life-saving skills while addressing a crucial public need. Kelly collaborated with County Park Friends to secure pool space for the Learn to Swim program, providing over 140 free swim lessons to individuals in need, and even taught lessons herself, exemplifying her hands-on dedication to the community. And earning her widespread praise for her exceptional instructional abilities, particularly in working with children. Kelly also successfully managed and executed a robust junior guard summer program, instilling vital skills and teamwork in young participants while inspiring both staff and program members. Through her dedication, strategic planning, and expertise, Kelly has ensured full pool operations year-round, providing continuous access for recreational swimmers, lessons, and community programs, while also strengthening water safety education, expanding opportunities for aquatic training, and fostering a welcoming environment that benefits individuals of all ages and skill level. Thank you, Kelly, for your unwavering commitment to aquatics programs, water safety, and community engagement, and congratulations on this well-deserved Employee Recognition Award.
I just want to say thank you. It's amazing to be honored for this. I love the work I do and being able to support our community. So thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add, a couple of years ago, we were all wondering how we were going to get back to full staffing at the Aquatics Center. A lot of folks were complaining. And of course, what we now know is we had a secret weapon in Kelly. So thank you, Kelly. All right, the next award in the category of land use and regulatory is being given to Alexandra Corvello. Alexandra, come on up. Alexandra is a planner in the development review section of the planning division at the Community Development and Infrastructure Department. And in this role, she analyzes and processes a wide range of development projects for conformance with the county general plan and zoning ordinance, demonstrating exceptional skill and dedication. And going through lots of paperwork. Since joining the team in August 2022, Alexandra has quickly advanced to taking on increasingly complex projects, managing a significant workload with a calm demeanor, high standards, and consistent on-time delivery. In addition to her core responsibilities, Alexandra has proactively identified and implemented process improvements to enhance both efficiency and user experience within the department, including her key role in developing procedures for processing low-level reviews through a new permit type, the zoning clearance, or ZC. With the goal of making the process user-friendly for both customers and staff, Alexandra proposed interactive questionnaire-style application materials that automatically generate detailed, pre-filled forms. Alexandra meticulously designed and implemented the entire process. And with support from the Information Services Department, the new ZC procedure is nearly ready for production, promising significant improvements in both user experience and internal processing. Alexandra has expanded this methodology to revamp the submittal appointment process for discretionary applications and report reviews, replacing confusing PDF forms with an intuitive, automated system that enhances accuracy and efficiency. Her innovative approach has significantly improved internal workflows, allowing technical support staff to process requests seamlessly while providing managers with essential tools for workload assessment and project assignment. But wait, there's more. Despite her extensive contributions to process innovation, Alexandra has maintained exceptional productivity in her primary role as a project planner, exemplifying professionalism, efficiency, and dedication to serving the community. We commend you, Alexandra, for your innovative thinking and unwavering commitment to excellence, and thank you for your dedicated public service to the County of Santa Cruz. Congratulations. Yep. Nothing need to be said. Your work speaks for itself. Thank you, Alexandra. And finally, the Mid-County Roads crew is being the last award is being given to the entire Mid-County Roads crew, comprised of maintenance workers 4, Stephen Garcia, maintenance workers 3, Rafael Gallardo, Steve Scott, Morgan Bouchard, and Taylor Walton. And maintenance worker 2s, Anthony Chacon, Cesar Vizcano, Alejandro Rosas Cardenas, Eduardo Morales, and Gabriel Vasquez. We have any of this fabulous crew here? Come on up, you guys. Come on up. Please. The Mid-County crew played a vital role in the critical and time-sensitive Pajaro River, Monterey County River Mile 8 to 10 levee restoration project, which focused on reinforcing flood protection for the Monterey County side of the Pajaro River, benefiting the town of Pajaro, an area historically prone to flooding due to levee vulnerabilities. And the Mid-County crew, alongside additional team members, took on this massive undertaking, working with remarkable dedication, days on end and including weekends, to achieve the levee improvements before the winter season. The reconstruction process involved the removal, rebuilding, and reinforcement of the levee with strict adherence to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers specifications, resulting in a more resilient and thoroughly reinforced structure. Every segment was meticulously compacted, then thoroughly cleaned to meet safety and environmental standards, resulting in a reinforced levee designed to withstand the coming years and protect the vulnerable communities. With surveyors guiding the efforts to meet the required final grade, each stage of the reconstruction met the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers' strict specifications, ensuring the new levee would be more resilient against potential flooding. This interim restoration, designed to last 5 to 10 years, significantly improves the levee system, and its successful completion was crucial in safeguarding the town of Pajaro and surrounding communities from the devastating effects of flooding. I want to commend and thank the Mid-County Roads crew for their exceptional dedication, hard work, and outstanding contributions to the Pajaro River Levee Restoration Project. Congratulations.
So I am the supervisor for this crew, and I am accepting the award for Steven Garcia. And I just want to say these guys did a great job. We also want to thank the rest of the road crews, South County, North County, drainage. They all pitched in and helped out. So it was a major effort. These guys did a great job.
Thank you so much. There's a very good. Thank you. This over here.
Mic check. Mic check. All right, is Human Services here? So the first award is in the category of Human Services, being given to the Human Services Department, IT Desktop, and Network Support Teams, comprised of IT Manager Julia Sheehan, Desktop Support Manager Todd Estabrooks, Network Supervisor Dominic Sasser, Desktop Support Analyst Patrick Blue, Adam Papier, Kelly Beach, Lucas Kopinski, and Network Analyst Fred Burr, Marco Late, and Stephen Strawn. The Human Services Department, IT Desktop Network Support Teams demonstrated outstanding commitment to technical expertise throughout their department's relocation from 3 leased buildings in Watsonville to 500 West Ridge Drive. The team successfully managed complex tasks, including decommissioning servers at leased locations, reinstalling them at the new facility, and disassembling and reinstalling over 250 workstations. The teams played a pivotal role in obtaining AV equipment for 6 conference rooms and actively participated in weekly calls with ISD, Nicole Steele, and CDI, the CDI project manager to coordinate project progress. To facilitate organization, the teams developed an office and cubicle numbering system to coordinate and track equipment placements, and they work closely with the wiring vendor, ProTech, meeting on numerous occasions to oversee wiring tasks and ensuring all work was completed to standard. The teams went above and beyond by working after hours on weekends to facilitate the installation of wiring and equipment, ensuring adherence to the project timeline without disruption. They meticulously tracked and installed peripheral equipment such as phones, printers, monitors, ensuring accuracy and efficiency of all installations. The dedication, technical proficiency, and collaborative efforts of the HSD IT teams was instrumental in their successful setup of the new facility, making them highly deserving of recognition for their exceptional contributions. Thank you for all your hard work on this project, and congratulations. Adam? Dominic? Greg? Julia? Kelly? Who's good? Right. Patrick Blue? We take a quick group picture here with all of you guys. Jump in here, guys. They don't want to speak. No, it's like I think. They said that sent an email to us for their speech. My glasses now. Next is Human Services Department Facility Operations. The next award in Human Services category is being given to Human Services Department Facility Operations team comprised of Administrative Services Manager Mickey Coco Bus, Facility Managers David Stimpson, and Maribel Gonzalez. In 2021, the county purchased the 500 West Ridge building in Watsonville to consolidate lease spaces into county-owned facilities, relocating approximately 285 HSD employees from 3 South County buildings and establishing a South County Government Center. The HSD facility operations team exhibited exceptional dedication in managing the complex logistics of the transition, with Mickey, Dave, and Maribel all assuming key leadership roles in this project. Beginning in early 2023, the team took charge of nearly all aspects of the move, collaborating with CDI project manager Nicole Steele, assisting with furniture selections, visiting vendor warehouses, providing critical feedback on facility signage. The team ensured clear communication by developing detailed move schedules, participating in department roadshows to address staff concerns, and organizing tours of the new building to familiarize employees of their new workspaces. During the move-in period, the team worked tirelessly with Mickey, Dave, putting in long hours, nights, and weekends, while Maribel provided essential administrative support and created maps, display boards, and directional flags to help aid staff in the transition. The leadership, dedication, and meticulous planning demonstrated by HSD facilities operation team was instrumental in the successful relocation of the department, making them truly deserving of this recognition. Congratulations to all. Right? Oh, anybody want to speak?
Thank you.
Okay. Next is Miranda Schrimmer. Congratulations. The last award in the Human Services category is being given to Miranda Schrimmer, a senior social worker for the Family and Children's Services. Miranda began her journey with the county as a foster parent, bringing in a unique perspective and deep personal commitment for her work in child welfare, and has since dedicated herself protecting children from harm and advocating for family reunification. Miranda has pursued excellence in her field by attaining her master's degrees in social work and has since served as a highly respected case-carrying social worker at FCS, adhering to the highest state and federal mandates while navigating complex and often crisis-driven situations with professionalism and care. Miranda has played a pivotal role in identifying, developing, and utilizing community and agency resources for the benefit of her clients, advocating for necessary services, fostering meaningful engagement between families and social services. Miranda has been an active leader and volunteer in the Fatherhood Advisory Council, bringing her expertise to discussions that uplift the voices of fathers, families, and children, and ensuring that policies and practices reflect their lived experiences and needs. Miranda's dedication to father engagement has led to tangible success, including her advocacy in child welfare, criminal court, resulting in the reunification of children with their fathers when they have demonstrated significant personal growth and commitment. Miranda consistently goes above and beyond her duties by organizing and participating in community events such as the Fatherhood Appreciation and Community Event and Trunk or Treat, strengthening family connections and promoting positive community engagement. Miranda's extraordinary dedication, tireless advocacy, and compassionate service has made a lasting impact on the lives of children and families in Santa Cruz County, strengthening the bonds between social workers and communities they serve. I want to recognize and commend Miranda Schrimmer for her outstanding contributions and unwavering commitment to father engagement and family support in child welfare, and thank her for her dedication to public service to the County of Santa Cruz. Congratulations. I'll stay up here for a second. Oh. Want to do a speech?
No.
So next, I got a note that I'd like to invite the public to join the board in the hallway for a reception honoring the award winners. I'm only giving the board 5 minutes for this, and we have to be back. We got a long agenda.
Felipe, Chair, before we go.
Hold on. Before we go, we got a quick.
The members of the public can go, but I just, for the board, I wanted to,
Yes.
item number, so I actually had contacted the chair before the meeting. We're fortunate to have the Coastal Commission visiting us. Okay. Numbers. Yeah, just giving it a second to quiet down. Yeah, I actually reached out to the chair prior to the meeting, informing him that I would need to leave at 2:30. We're fortunate this month to have the Coastal Commission back in the city of Santa Cruz County, and in particular in the city of Santa Cruz. They're going to be meeting at the Courtyard Marriott. But part of that, having them come here was also to take them on a tour, which I'll be leading this afternoon. And so I'm going to need to leave right now. And so I'm asking whether I'd like to make a motion to continue item number 9 to the next meeting, so we can have full board discussion on that item.
Second. So we got a motion to postpone the item number 9 to the next meeting, and a second from Supervisor Koenig.
Can I ask a point of order? Is that acceptable? Don't we have to do that at the start of the agenda?
No, you could do it. You could do it now.
Okay, great.
It's all right to do it now.
Okay, perfect.
You should ask for public comment on the motion.
Okay.
Is there anyone in the public wishing to make public comment on this item? See none. Anyone online?
We have no speakers online, Chair.
So we got a motion and a second. Motion from Supervisor Koenig, second from Supervisor Cummings. If we could take roll call.
The opposite.
Motion from Supervisor Cummings and second from Supervisor Koenig.
Certainly. Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye.
Are there any events, Supervisor Cummings, that you would want any of us to attend?
There are no formal events, but if you want to swing by the meeting, they start at 9 a.m. each day. And I believe there's only one item on related to the city of Santa Cruz, coming out of Santa Cruz County, which is the beach area plan, which will be tomorrow afternoon. But
there's no reception or anything?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Before I continue, I think there's some folks that came in for the item number 9. We just voted to move the item for the next agenda meeting. All right. Now we can take our recess. 4 minutes now. Report on preventing underage cannabis use in Santa Cruz County and take all related actions. I'll turn it over to Monica Morales, Health Services Agency Director, and Lisa B. Hernandez, County Public Health Officer, and Emily Chung, Director of Public Health Division, for the presentation.
Good afternoon, board. What a great event we had. So appreciate everybody giving us some time to still continue with the discussion. As you requested, we're here with our public health team to provide an update for you guys on prevention of cannabis use amongst youth. I think you'll have a comprehensive presentation from our Director, Emily Chung, and our Public Health Director, Dr. Hernandez. So with that, I'll just kick it off to them.
Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez and Board of Supervisors. It's a pleasure to speak with you again, this time on youth cannabis use, and want to talk a little bit about the impact specifically to the physical and mental health impacts of youth cannabis use. We know that brain development is a critical time in a youth's development. And when cannabis is used during that time, it can impact the development of the brain and cause impacts, including cognitive impairment. We also see that frequent cannabis use in youth is linked to increased risk for developing psychotic disorders, including schizophrenia. And what we see is the earlier and more use of cannabis increases the risk for those conditions. Chronic cannabis use also affects physical health, contributing to lung and breathing complaints and conditions. And frequent or high potency use causes a condition called cannabis hyperemesis disorder, where youth can present to the emergency room and be hospitalized. Dr. Hernandez, who spoke earlier, spoke about this condition where kids have intractable nausea and vomiting, And the only real cure for that is stopping cannabis use. So the care is really supportive for those kids, and the plan is for them to stop using. Beyond the health risk, we see social consequences as well. Frequent cannabis use is associated with lower high school completion rates. And also by the age of 25, we see that income is lower for individuals who use cannabis. In addition, we also see frequent and chronic use can lead to a higher risk of having cannabis use disorder, which is another issue. The cannabis that we know from the past isn't the cannabis that we're seeing now in our community. What we know is that the products that are out in the community have a higher potency level. First, we look at the cannabis plant THC potency levels. In 95, the potency level, average potency level for cannabis plants was about 3%. Now in 2021, that has risen to 23%. Cannabis manufacturers have become really knowledgeable in refining and increasing the concentration of cannabis products. And we know that we've seen the increase in the potency in cannabis products as well. Back in 2017, the cannabis potency was about 56% in the THC potency was about 57% in concentrated cannabis products. And some products nowadays are upwards of 99% with THC potency. I thought that was a typo. So I had to look that up. And really, if you look at some of the products out in the community, we see those levels higher than 95% and as high as 99%. Local data, and this has been mentioned earlier, has shown that cannabis use in youth has been declining, and that is excellent news. And that has to do with a lot of the supports and efforts in our community. And we can talk a little bit about that if there are questions about that. However, when you look at specific communities, you will see that cannabis rates are higher and in fact double of what we are seeing in the general youth population. So 25% of students who experience chronic sadness also report a use of cannabis in the last 30 days. 21% of youth who face systemic transphobia or homophobia are reporting a past 30-day use of cannabis as well. And that is in contrast to their non-targeted peers, where they are seeing their non-targeted peers only report 11% of their non-targeted peers report use. And then 24% of 11th grade students that are in non-traditional schools or alternate educational settings report cannabis use. And that is double again of what we see in students that attend traditional school settings. So you see these higher levels in certain communities. What we also see across the board is that students are seeing a reduced risk of cannabis. It's being normalized while you're seeing an increase in the potency and an increase in the usage for students in certain populations. I'll stop now and hand it over to my colleague, Director Chung.
Thank you as well for the. Thank you. Thank you for the time for this presentation. This slide tells us a little bit about the local costs of our cannabis use disorder treatment in our county. So this is just Santa Cruz County data from our behavioral health division. Our behavioral health division administers our substance use disorder services. And thanks to this data, we can see the impacts from primary cannabis use disorder treatment. These data do not include those who may present with secondary or tertiary diagnoses of cannabis use disorder, meaning that we only pull data that for people who show up with this as their main issue for substance use treatment. In the last 2 fiscal years, Each year, about 1/3 of those treated in our county are youth under the age of 25 years of age. And that is, and from year over year, just those 2 fiscal years, fiscal year 22-23 into fiscal year 23-24, we saw an increase in youth treatment numbers. In the last fiscal year, youth under the age of 25 with primary diagnosis treatments accounted for over $400,000 in local county share of costs. The local county share of costs are made up of general funds and other local dollars. And what is not accounted for there are the reimbursed costs, such as through Medi-Cal or other insurance. We show data for all ages as well on the chart on the left because impacts continue into adulthood. Youth may become exposed or begin cannabis use as under the age of 25, but the impacts don't end there, where they may persist in use into misuse and require treatment when they become adults. So looking at the holistic view of our impacts are important, as we know that the trajectory for cannabis use disorder increases that risk when they start using as an adolescent. What is not included in this slide, data that we don't have easily available to us, are the financial impacts that are broader than just to our county's behavioral health division, which are economic costs to our primary healthcare system, to crime or law enforcement issues, to productivity in someone's personal life and work life, and also impaired driving risks and the cost associated there. While it is encouraging that fewer youth are reporting use, which Dr. Hernandez already mentioned, that is a good sign that our community efforts are working. What we are more concerned about is that youth are using more frequently and with higher potency products and getting more sick and seeking more treatment or needs. This presentation, we hope, is a beginning of an ongoing conversation on improving and enhancing our prevention efforts as a health services agency and as a community as a whole. We know that there are things that are working, that are happening within health services through our community partners like schools and community-based organizations. But we provide here some additional recommendations for enhanced prevention programming. When we consider the prevention of youth use and abuse of substances, saturation and exposure do matter. The risk for youth is increased when youth are easily getting substances and seeing it as normative to use substances. So that to us in public health aligns with our work in policies, systems, and environments in which we live and how they impact individuals and communities, particularly now when we're speaking of youth who are impressionable and still developing. We can learn from and apply the best practices that public health professionals have established over the decades in addressing other topics like alcohol and tobacco. There is excellent evidence-based interventions and activities on policy, on education and outreach, and enhanced services with our community to reduce exposure and to reduce social norms for these products. So we recommend applying a lot of those best practices to how we address cannabis, as cannabis is part of our community. HSA already operates substance use prevention programming, including a Proposition 64 state grant funded program that we have through October of 2028. We also have other programs that work with responsible alcohol and tobacco retailers. So we have precedent for how do we partner with the local retailer communities around substances that may be harmful to youth if exposed. We know that there is future work that needs to happen that include filling gaps in some of our data and knowledge on local youth cannabis use. Later this year, we'll be embarking on a comprehensive assessment to learn more about youth substance use as a whole and include cannabis and where youth are accessing accessing cannabis, which we have heard and is in our report that the secondary market, black market, is where youth are often reporting they are getting cannabis. Specifically with our youth cannabis use prevention efforts, we already engage and want to continue a robust engagement with a diverse set of community partners, such as schools, community-based organizations, our cannabis retailers and farmers, medicinal marijuana advocates, and others who already participate in the Community Prevention Partners Coalition, also known as CPP. CPP focuses on preventing substance use disorders and related consequences by reducing Santa Cruz County youth substance use. This is a key coalition to our ongoing efforts to have meaningful opportunities for involvement in a multi-sector partnership. We also know the value of working with our law enforcement partners as we look at impaired driving and other areas of concern related to law, and hope to be working with them as well as we talk about how to standardize the methodology for understanding impaired driving risks. So again, we thank the board for this opportunity to share some data and some findings related to youth cannabis use and misuse, as well as opportunities in the future that we can continue and hopefully expand.
Thank you for the presentation. We'd like to see if there's any comments from the public before we begin.
Thank you, Becky Steinbrenner. I cannot help but reflect on what your board received this morning earlier in the report about suicide. And I just really wonder how youth using these high potency things and seeing that there is a correlation in chronic sadness with its use, how that is correlated with the rise in teen suicide. So I really think we need to look at this carefully. Thank you for the information. How did you factor in the financial costs relative to driving impairments and things like that? I would like your source of information and how you added that in. Thank you.
Hello. My name is William Sump. I'm with Bloom Network. We're a local manufacturer and distributor in Santa Cruz. And just wanted to highlight some of the stuff about potency. Really the cannabinoid profile and how it relates to the terpene profile and the terpene density ratios are what give the effects and cause the flavonoids and how you taste and what you taste in the cannabis. And so, I kind of wanted to give an analogy of something similar. Sometimes I want to go to Shanty Shack and try out the, craft brews and have my sours and a flight of sours, if you will. But sometimes I want to go to Venus and I want to have a flight of gin and have increased potency. And so really, I think, the Department of Cannabis Control is now working on a new label where there's more transparency with the label. And something we've done as a brand is we have on all of our labels a QR code that goes right to the testing. So that way that a consumer can be informed before they make a purchase and they look at this product. And so I kind of want to just explain that around potency. And I've never seen anything at 99% potency. I've successfully brought at least 1,000 SKUs into the market in the last 5 years. And my average potency is about 60% because there's still plants, lipids, fats, and other things and terpenes, right? And really increased terpene density is what causes some of these effects. So, and we'd like to get more involved. I stayed around because I didn't realize that there was a presentation item 10 about the youth, right? I was here for item 9, which got pushed. But after I heard this, I wanted to stay around and just figure out what we could do more to as local operators to help educate the youth and make sure that the youth know what what they're experiencing. But if we could shed any more light on the potency and how the potency pays into play with concentrates, and just make sure the consumer makes informed decisions. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ned McNamara. I'm a pediatrician, a neonatologist, and I take care of sick babies. I wanted just to emphasize the point that you were making about the battle to undo the normalization of the use of marijuana, because no one knows the long-term effects that this is going to have on babies. And there's so many women I meet that are cognitively seem fine, and yet they have this faith, this belief that there's nothing wrong with during their pregnancy or during their breastfeeding, they smoke marijuana. And I encounter that all the time. So I applaud the efforts that you do. And I'm not an advocate arguing against adults using it. I'm not crazy that way, but I think there is definitely a mindset among youth today that there's nothing wrong with pot. And we don't know that for developing babies. Thank you.
Anyone online?
We have no speakers online, Chair.
Oh. If anyone would like to speak, please. If anyone would like to speak, please come up to the mic and the podium.
Hi. Do I have to state my name or anything like that? Or is it just kind of like...
Sure.
Oh, okay. My name is Gus. I just kind of wanted to say that I think one guy back there pointed it out about the 99% THC cartridges or something like that, but they're not existing that level of potency within the cannabis industry. But like I said, cartridges are what most likely are being referenced in that scenario because they do contain, I guess, like a purity of 99%. It's kind of like, Breaking Bad, they talk about making like the stuff like, like 92%. Yeah, it's like that essentially. But the same kind of effect, but I think the real concern is with the overall plant itself. That alone is reaching heights of 50 to 60%. And as time moves on, it's going up to 70 to 80. And that concern really isn't going away. And I mean, like these fine people said here, that it's getting more potent over time. And the more that it does increase potency, to touch back actually what that gentleman said back there, it does like cause some confliction with like, I guess, birth defects, because people will eventually get to the point where they're doing so much and such a high rate that it's taking away from a lot of their mental function. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lydia Hammock. I live in Lompico, and I do use full spectrum gummies and vapes for my pain management. I do not drive on it. And the kids don't understand that you can't drive on that stuff. You're going to get in a wreck, or you're going to talk to a cop that you don't want to talk to. Not one going to help you, one going to put you in jail. So I would think that you need to look at, like he said, the potency and the fact that the full spectrum, the THC, CBN, CBD, all the other stuff, you look at the ratio of those things to like less THC and more CBD, it's more for pain management. And for a person with ADHD, and understand kids needing to take that stuff because it kind of mellows you out a bit when you're stressed. And it is important for some kids to have access to that for medical purposes, but they need to not share that with the other kids. And you could do something about that by legislation, perhaps, or education. So that's kind of my thoughts on the whole thing. I'm so glad you got elected. Really glad. Okay, so basically it's something that's important for you all to discuss and make legislation on and put it in law. And then nobody can get in trouble because they're following the law. And pretty much law and order person my whole life. And I like to talk to cops when I want to, but not when I don't want to. So never drive on the stuff. Make sure the kids pound it in their head. Do not drive on this stuff because you'll wreck your nice little car your parents just bought you for graduation. So just you have to kind of make the kids understand the benefit of it and the benefit of not doing it when they shouldn't be. Like if you need to take it for sleep, you take a half a gummy, a half the dose, and you're out for 8 hours. And if you're ADHD, you're out for 6 hours. So basically that's what happens with me. And I think it's just really important that you're addressing this in a public forum so people have an opportunity to speak on it. Thank you so much.
Okay, anybody online?
We have no speakers online, Chair.
Get back to the board for comments, questions.
Sure. Quick question. So we talked a little bit about the cost of cannabis use disorder and folks identified with a primary diagnosis of cannabis use disorder. In those cases, is cannabis use disorder like their only diagnosis, or is it possible that someone also has? I mean, it seems like there's a pretty strong correlation with people experiencing, especially youth, chronic sadness, et cetera. Clearly there's some self-medication going on here. So when we're treating folks with a primary diagnosis of cannabis use disorder, does that mean that's the only thing that they're dealing with?
Sure. I can start answering that question, but I would also see if Karen Kern might be willing to speak as well. But the data that we did show is for those who present with a primary diagnosis of cannabis use disorder, meaning that is what they came in for their main treatment need. But that doesn't mean they might not have other issues. So Karen, would you like to say more?
Yeah. Hi, Karen Kern, behavioral health. We started out with a data set of actually looking at anybody who had any cannabis use to try to understand, how many people are actually in treatment with a cannabis use disorder. So like Emily said, we only narrowed down to the primary diagnosis of the cannabis use disorder because secondary or tertiary would mean that there's something else that's the main diagnosis. So in that data set that Emily shared with the cost, it's the cost to the drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system for people with a primary diagnosis of cannabis use disorder, both adults and children. And then Emily pulled out the children under transition age youth or children. They may have another secondary or tertiary diagnosis, but typically the cannabis would have been the primary thing that they came in with. So in other words, the cannabis use was impairing their functioning or impacting their lives in some way that they needed some sort of formal intervention.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. That was, and do we have like that in terms of, costs? We've seen with inflation, the cost of providing care, like all things, has continued to increase. So, and I noticed that you shared that data in terms of costs from year over year. I'd be interested to see if we have that, and as far as just like number of patients treated, to get a better sense of like how many people are actually impacted by this.
Yeah, that was also on the slide for those who are under age of 25. And so in 22-23, 162 clients were under the age of 25, and that's out of 536 total clients with that primary diagnosis. In 23-24, 193 clients were under age of 25, and out of 572 total clients with the primary diagnosis. So from 22-23 to 23-24, there was an increase of 31 under age of 25 who were presenting with primary diagnosis.
Great, that's helpful. I think it's super interesting to have this lens and have this information. Of course, as was already discussed earlier, it's interesting that we're seeing, overall use of cannabis among youth go down, and that's really encouraging, and kind of speaks to the fact that our community, like, cannabis has been prevalent for a long time, and in some ways maybe we're seeing like the European effect, that the more it becomes less, you can go to a bar and drink at 16 in Europe, right? And so they have less issues with underage drinking, because it's just not as cool. So I think it's not as clear cut to say like the more dispensaries, or if we have cannabis lounges, more youth are going to be using. Again, we've seen with legalization that nevertheless youth rates have been declining. But I do think you've identified something important here, right? Which is, hey, THC rates are increasing, and we're more likely to see some of these very serious impacts if youth are exposed to high potency THC. So great. Let's get that message out there. Let's have a targeted information campaign like this, that there are real side effects. Share some of these kinds of stories and side effects that people should be looking for, as a way to maybe bring some of that concern level back up to a healthy amount where it should be. And I'll just end by saying, the reason we can even have this conversation is because we have a legal market. And that, ultimately, I would definitely be interested in looking at a policy that perhaps taxes higher concentration THC products, right? Again, you can only do that when you have a legal market. If it's a black market, we have no power of regulation.
Comments from the board, Supervisor De Silva?
Thank you for this timely presentation. You've heard me say it before, but I've treated many young people in the emergency room, both here at Dominican and at Salinas Valley, with hyperemesis disorder related to their cannabis use. Many of them have very high degrees of anxiety. In addition, some are suicidal, and it's very, very difficult to work with young people to get them to stop using cannabis once they're at that point, because truly they have at that point a dependency on the cannabis, but it's causing horrible symptoms as well. So we have, and sometimes because they're often suicidal as well, we've put them on a 5150 and then sent them into treatment, which costs a lot of money to counties. So anyway, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Martinez, for requesting this item. I'm sorry, I do feel like it should have been ordered, should have been the first presentation for us on the agenda today. So thank you for all the good work. We appreciate it.
Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, our health services team, for bringing this forward. As somebody who was a partner with HSA on behalf of, when I was working at Encompass Community Services, I also saw firsthand the impact of substance use disorder on children and the struggles that we have as a network to treat them, whether that's, effective community engagement, workforce challenges, budget shortfalls. It's a real challenge that our families and community are facing, particularly in the southern part of our county. And we certainly will need to rely on the information that you're bringing forward to help advise on our next steps. It's clear to me, maybe I'll start off by saying, I have no intent on relitigating the legalization of cannabis. Like, that is not at all where I'm coming from as a county supervisor. I feel like my role is to bring forward all of the information when we're making public policy so we can make the most comprehensive and thoughtful decision moving forward. It's like getting to look at all parts of the apple before you take a bite of the apple. And so that's why I wanted to bring this forward as we talk about things like on-site consumption in retailers or in farms, because this is all part of the same conversation at the end of the day. One thing that I really appreciated about your report is there is, a great deal of prevention work recommended in the report related to education, training, justice programming, and other aspects. And these would involve our state regulatory agencies, schools, justice agencies, health, nonprofits, parent groups, and our cannabis industry. And so the question for me then is, with all of the stakeholders, how do we go about addressing these recommendations without establishing like a massive task force on cannabis use? Because I don't feel prepared to make that motion today. Because of so many limitations and resources and wanting to have time to really think through it. So I am prepared to make a motion and a next step that might help us start to gather information about the position of our partners. So that way we can then learn and inform our next steps, because I think you provided some really great recommendations and I don't want them to just sit on a shelf. Were you going to say something? So I move the recommended actions with the following additional direction: for the CAO to share this report, inclusive of the evidence-based recommendations, with the County Office of Education, public school superintendents, law enforcement agencies, elected state office holders, cannabis permit holders, and our county's Youth Advisory Task Force, requesting that they share input to the county by April 30th. And for the CAO to gather that input and provide it in a report back to the board no later than our June 24th Board of Supervisors meeting with recommendations on any county action that could be taken as a result of the input.
I'll second.
We have a We have a motion from Supervisor Martinez and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. There's no more comment.
I'm not prepared to support the additional recommendation. I'll explain why. First of all, I think the report itself, there were a few inconsistencies that were pointed out. I mean, citations that were just to the wrong information, as well as, I mean, if we really want to dig into like the information that we're sharing, I don't think this report is quite ready. I mean, even there's, pushback on, well, has in California, has the level of THC really been as low as that in 1995? We've, had higher potency cannabis in California for a long time as compared to, for example, Ohio. I mean, I could go through line by line, but I don't think that the report is quite ready for prime time, if you will. And furthermore, I mean, Supervisor Martinez, if you want to go do this work and talk to these other agencies and jurisdictions, you're welcome to. I don't feel like we need to like mount a crusade. I mean, look into these policies and bring them back to the board. I agree it's an important topic. I think we've gotten some good ideas here, but I'm just not prepared to turn it into, this massive campaign at this time.
So I think my concern is having to do with staff time. I think we've got limited bandwidth, and we have a huge crisis facing us with immigration and LGBTQ rights with our current administration that we're going to be working on, and some potential budget deficit with our departments, and so that's concerning for me. But if there's no further comment, we could do roll call vote. Comment?
Yeah, I think in response to Supervisor Koenig, this is coming from a place of activating our partners and sharing information with them so that way collectively we can move towards a response. We know that there's a problem. The county is advancing public policy that may make the problem worse based on some of the policies that were approved today. And really at this point, it's not much of a resource issue for the county to simply ask our partners if they have any input on particularly the evidence-informed recommendations. So even if we wanted to perhaps pull out the science and the data in the report, but really share with them the section that's, how to support our schools, our law enforcement, our media campaigns, and, hear their feedback on how we might partner with them on any of these, then we can decide what to do with it. And if we came back on June 24th, the board can decide if we want to task the staff with more work or attach the resources with that.
So any other further board comment?
From the staff that they might suggest.
Oh yeah. So we have existing coalitions where we could begin that kind of partnership and that kind of assessment for input. So in terms of staff resource, I think it would be relatively reasonable to accomplish this. And this is part of the work that is also inclusive of the assessment that I mentioned during my presentation that the agency is embarking on related to broader substance use related topics. And if there are any, I want to also address Supervisor Koenig's your concerns. If there were any citations that were not clear or any inaccuracies, we're happy to amend the report to make sure that it is accurate, but we would love to know what those were. Thank you.
So we do have a motion and a second. And we take roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
No.
Martinez.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
Hernandez.
No. Motion fails with 2 dissenting votes from Supervisor Koenig and Hernandez.
I'll move the recommended actions.
Accept report. I'll second. So we have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and second from Hernandez.
And it includes directing the Health Services Agency and Cannabis Licensing Office to continue collaboration towards prevention of underage cannabis use.
Accepted. We have the original motion with this report. If we can have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have agenda item number 12, consider and discuss the qualifications of selected applicants for Measure Q's Citizens Oversight Committee. I'll turn it over to Elisa Benson, Assistant CEO.
Good afternoon, everyone. I promise to keep this very quick. This report back is really about a direction from the board at the January 27th meeting to create an integrated matrix of the nominees that you all have put forward for consideration for the Measure Q Citizen Oversight and Advisory Committee. I'm not going to go through this slide deck, but I am going to ask Juliet to just go to the matrix, which is, God, that sounds like a sci-fi. Just so you have that in front of you. This is really for you to have the opportunity to see who is being considered by each of the districts. Next steps after this will be for each of your offices to select your final nominee. And then those will be part of the package of appointments that you all will consider on March 25th, along with the nominations from our city partners. So with that, I'm just going to leave this up for you all to take a look at and discuss as you feel appropriate. And then that's the end of our staff report for today.
Let me check it out to the public first. Is there anyone here that wishes to address us on this issue?
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Steinbrunner. I did apply. My name's not there, and that's all right. I understand. But there is one person, Mr. Dennis Webb, that is nominated twice for both District 2 and District 5. So how is this all going to work? I listened to your discussion about this earlier when the whole thing came up some time ago, and I share your confusion. How is this going to work? How are you going to decide, Supervisor DeSerpa, if you choose Dennis Webb or if Supervisor Martinez chooses Dennis Webb? And also, I really do not think it is appropriate to have a supervisor analyst on this committee. I don't think that's right, no matter how well qualified they are. And I think Sandy Brown is great, but I don't think a supervisor's analyst should be on a committee like this. So I look forward to seeing how this all pans out. I'm happy to see a number of fire officials on this because that was a big issue for this measure. And I want to see some fire vegetation projects approved with this money. And I want to see some public noticing for these meetings so that the public is at the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, board and supervisors. My name is Eric Lombardo. I'm commenting on behalf of the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County. Just want to say thank you to the board and staff, the CAO's office, Department of Parks, OR3 for their work standing up this committee. I believe it's going to really shape up to be an important group for the implementation of Measure Q. We are very supportive at the Land Trust of kind of a speedy formation of the Community Oversight Advisory Board, Citizens Oversight Advisory Board, but also also with a focus on a diverse set of personal and professional backgrounds to be selected on the board. We do agree with a focus on fire resiliency, but also a focus on water resiliency, parks and open space and public access, and biodiversity. So our hope is that the advisory board that is seated will feature folks with expertise in all of those subjects. So thanks to each of you supervisors for your work on this. And we look forward to seeing the advisory board being stood up and participating in the public process that follows. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone online?
Moment, Chair. We have no speakers online.
With that, I'll bring back the board for questions, comments. I'll start to my left with Supervisor Koenig.
Just a question for the nominees from the cities. Do they are they just like thoroughly unqualified as far as the different categories, or did you not rate them?
It's that question. So what we'll be doing is when each of the we are trusting. We informed the cities of the requirements, and that when they went through their own processes, that they had to make sure they were meeting the requirements under the measure. When they forward those names to us as a final selection, we are contacting them and having them fill out the county application. So we are collecting that information as well. Did not have that at the time of this writing of this report, but we will definitely have that available as necessary on the 25th.
Thank you.
Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you. Thank you to the staff for putting together this report. Just in case folks in the public weren't aware, because of the Brown Act, the supervisors cannot discuss how we intend to vote or who we're putting forward prior to these public meetings, which is why we asked to have a process where folks submitted nominees so we can see each other's nominees and try to have the most transparent process that we can, which is very difficult due to the Brown Act, and try to have the most well-rounded and diverse selection for the COAB. So I appreciate this process. It's a little unusual. I apologize for the challenges to the staff for trying to figure out how to create this. But for me, I have found it really helpful to see this, and it'll help inform my decision as I put forward one nominee. And of course, I want to just express my gratitude to all of the amazing, talented, and committed applicants for the COAB, whether or not your name is on here. We had just incredible applicants to choose from, and it really shows the interest from our community on this topic. And I look forward to engaging the community throughout the course of this funding stream in this process. So I'm ready to do a motion unless I can just throw that out there.
Do we have any other comment from Supervisor DeSerpa, and then we'll bring it back.
Yeah, I would echo what Supervisor Martinez said about the applicants. Thank you, Becky, for your interest and for your application. The two people that I put forward have two things in common. One thing is they're both very well versed in forest health. One has a PhD from Colorado State and works in our ag extension on forests in particular. And the other one is one of the family members of Big Creek Lumber, who has a degree in forestry and has also been the president of the Farm Bureau. So both of these gentlemen have a keen awareness of the importance of preservation of agricultural land, which is also something that's very important to me. And so that's the reason I put those two forward, because I thought they were both of them uniquely qualified. I'm not sure how to make a choice between these two. So that will come later. But anyway, thank you. Thanks for everybody who applied and who had an interest in this important committee.
I also want to thank all the staff for their presentation and the Measure Q committee as well for all their work on this. You're right, Supervisor DeSerpa. It was difficult to, choose our three applicants. It was difficult to choose from all the folks that we had apply for this position. So I'm just, and it's gonna be a difficult choice between mine. I got one that's probably has the highest score in all the rubric out of everybody. And cumulatively, I think I got the highest score between all of them. So it makes it a difficult choice for me. But we'll figure it out. we'll see what else, what other commissions we got for these highly qualified people. That's it for my comment. Supervisor Martinez, we'll bring it back to the board for entertaining motion.
I move to accept and file the report to consider and discuss qualifications of selected applicants for the Measure Q Citizens Oversight Advisory Committee and move for all supervisors to submit one nominee from the nominees they put forth today so that the board can vote to approve these at the March 25th meeting.
Second. We got a motion from Supervisor Martinez and a second from Supervisor Koenig. Can we take a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Supervisor DeZerpa.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We have more items. Or is that it? That concludes our meeting. Meeting adjourned.